All right. Looks like we are live. What's good, everyone? OJ here. Welcome back to the stream after a nice day off. Hope all of you guys are doing well. At least a nice day off from streaming for me. I was working. Your boy's always working, you know. Justin with the $4.
Somehow people are using these specs to say PS4 is stronger. I honestly don't care. People will never learn from their mistakes of using a specs sheet like with the Switch one.
Yeah, well, I think the problem is that people are just pointing out like one thing and saying, oh, look, memory bandwidth. Oh, it's worse. That means the specs are worse. And then like, oh, what about the RAM? Oh, what about the CPU? Oh, what about DLSS? Oh, what about all the other stuff? It's like, oh, well, who cares about all that? I'm just going to point out memory bandwidth. Don't compare. But no, we're going to go over the specs, at least the rumored specs. The rumored specs. But even so, even if you want to use the specs, I don't know. I'm looking at the specs. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe when it comes to this stuff. But I'm looking at the specs. I'm like, oh, we all wanted a big bump over Switch 1. That's what we wanted. We wanted a huge bump over Switch 1. That's what you got. You got way more memory. You got way more RAM. You got way more CUDA cores. You got better technology. You got way better CPU. You got way more cores available for developers to use. So I'm not sure what people were expecting. I think that's really more of it. It's like, what were you expecting? You know? Shout outs.
Also, I got the Switch 2 email from Nintendo.
Nice, let's go. But you already got one secured, so I don't think you need to get that. So I think you're all set, Justin. Thank you for the $4 or $7 total now. Thank you so much. So I think that's the issue that I actually have, is that the specs are good for the price and for what we wanted. Nobody wanted it to be a PlayStation 5 and have like 45 seconds of battery life, or nobody was asking for it to be some type of massive, huge, most powerful system in the world. It's clearly better than a PS4, as you can see. Even the specs, like I said, it's clearly better than the PS4, in my opinion. On top of, like I said, the biggest problem with the PS4 is the CPU. Like, the Jaguar CPU is the main issue with the PlayStation 4, or even an Xbox One. The Jaguar CPU is just bad. Switch 2 CPU is way better. Plus, it has way more RAM to work with on top of that. So yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I'm looking, even though people are saying, oh, the specs are terrible, I'm looking at like, what did you guys expect for a hybrid? I expected a big bump over Switch 1. I expected DLSS, and I expected a more modern architecture for a decent price. I was expecting anywhere from $400 to $450. That's what I was expecting. I was not expecting it to be above $450. So I'm not sure what people were expecting with the specs, but it's the same people who specs run the whole life. They think that specs equals a great system or not, instead of actual, you know what I'm saying, like development in terms of the dev environment, the pipeline, the efficiency, the architecture. They don't know about those things. So I'm not even here trying to defend the specs. I think the specs are okay. Like, I think that the specs are solid, and that's exactly what I was expecting, you know?
The specs are fine.
Yeah.
The thing is going to run Cyberpunk 2077 plus the DLC, which the PS4 didn't even get.
Exactly.
The specs are fine. People need to chill, lol.
Yeah, and I think that the biggest problem that I have, maybe, or not even a problem, but I think the most hilarious thing is that, what do you need to look at a spec sheet for when the games are right in front of you? Like, we've seen Street Fighter, we've seen it running, they've played it running on the Switch 2. It's running as good, if not better, than the Xbox Series S version, and little bit underneath the better than the PS4 version, better than way better than the PS4 version, on par or better than the Series S version. They've showed Cyberpunk. It runs better than the PS4, clearly, clearly from what they've shown, at least, and it runs something that's not on the PS4. We've seen Hogwarts Legacy. We've seen all these other games that have came out and looked. So to me, that's why I said the specs, even when the specs were being talked about, I said they're not as important now that we've actually seen the unit, you know? We've seen the games.
The PS4 version on Star Wars Outlaws was good, wasn't it? Oh, wait.
Yeah, there's no PS4 version of Star Wars Outlaws. That's the joke. Oh man, yeah, there's no PS4 version. Shout outs Justin, Cyber Taurus, and Justin. Thank you for the big JoJo. Shout out to Cyber Taurus as well. And yeah, like I said, we've seen the game, so to me, there's no damage control. People say, "Oh, you're damn." No, there's not it. I think the specs are fine for the price and for what they're going for. I think that it punches above its weight. That's what I expected. More memory, more RAM, more everything. I did not expect it to be on par with PS5. I didn't expect it to be like on par with ROG Ally X or something. That costs like $700 and $800, you know, so, and it's terrible. It's just there's certain things about that system that are just terrible compared to this system. So yeah, I think it's going to be a successful system. I think it's going to be very good. I think the games are going to run good enough. I think the DLSS on there is a game changer. It's very well implemented, as we've already seen with Cyberpunk and Street Fighter and Hogwarts and a number of games. So I'm not even, like I said, this is just my honest opinion on the specs, my honest opinion on what we've seen so far. So yeah, to me, like I said, maybe I'm not the biggest tech head out there. Maybe I don't know everything about the specs, which I'm not saying that I do, but I'm looking at the specs. I'm looking at it compared to Switch 1. And then I'm also looking at the game, like the games. I'm looking at the games that are considerably above what the Switch 1 could even ever dream of doing. And you're seeing modern third-party games run on the system decently enough. So yeah, I'm not sure what people were expecting, but I think it's just crazy, like kind of crazy people online. I don't think it's the general sentiment with a lot of actual normal people. So I do think it's just like the hardcore gamers, because they'll sit there and tell you Steam Deck specs are just fine. They'll have no problem, even in today's day, with Steam Deck. Steam Deck is fine, right? But then all of a sudden, this is a problem. All of a sudden, oh, this system's terrible. It's like what? It's better than Steam Deck. Clearly, it's better than Steam Deck. You know. So, in terms of specs wise, in terms of what we've seen, at least the real world performance of what we've seen. So yeah. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure, but yeah, we'll go over it, and maybe some more tech infused people can talk about it as well. Let's see, we're getting tuned up, spruced up, and improved turbocharged Switch, plus heavy duty coverage. Heavy duty coverage of the game console is free publicity, like you said. Exactly, free publicity. Life will change. What's up, Life will change? Let me go over the shout outs though. I got to get into the shout outs. Big love to Justin. Big love to Cyber Taurus. You guys out here supporting the stream, man. I really appreciate that, guys. Also, if you want to become an Elite Ninja as well, ! member. It's only $1 if you enjoy these daily live streams. Get a badge next to your name that evolves as you stay on. Get custom emotes, custom badges. It's some cool stuff. And we got Mario Kart World coming out. We're going to be playing that game a lot. So that's going to be fun too, right? That's going to be a lot of fun. Also, big love. 20 on the combo board. We're already at our first combo break and extension. Let's go. 15 minutes extended on the clock. Let's get it.
Overclock Buster!
Thank you guys. Appreciate that. Let me get through some more shout outs here. Aries, the cool guy. Dior was here first. Shout out to Dior. Just another artist. What's good? I did see Blunty's video. Blunty, he made a video talking about it outperforms other big PC handhelds, but he was essentially saying because of the architecture, because of the, you know, the way that the system was built, it's different than a PC handheld. Essentially, that's what he was saying. And then he was using some technical specifications that we do know. Shout out to Justin with another $10 dono and Darm X.
So people really don't understand specs. A lot of them are
Yeah.
thinking about it like it's a PC.
Exactly.
That's not how consoles work.
Yeah, a closed
Wow.
box environment is different than like a PC. So people are just looking at it just like PC. But like I said, even if you are, I don't think that they're bad unless somebody can tell me exactly how they're so terrible compared to Switch 1. Darm X, thank you for the $10 dono. I thought the leaks were outdated, but even the specs were, but even then the specs were just after series consoles, and Switch 2 can easily run current gen games. Really, it's still an upgrade despite issues relating to games. Yeah, shoutouts. Yeah. I mean, like I said, once we need to actually see the games, and see how everything runs. Like I said, right now we got Cyberpunk, and it seems like it's okay. But obviously, I can get why some people thinking like, oh man, PS5 it runs that like at 60 frames at least. Sometimes, I mean, most of the time it does, but then there's some dips and stuff, but it depends on where you're at. But yeah, I think that for, like I said, like for like a hybrid system, I don't think it's bad. This is my own personal opinion. And that's what I expected this around this level. I expected it to be, you know, right around where it's at. I don't think Digital Foundry clickbaited with their spec sheet. I think they actually got this from someone. Now, whether it actually turns out to be what the system is at the, you know, mid to end of the life is different. Because, like, no, they talked about, like, let's just go over it, right? I got to do shout outs, guys. I'm sorry that I haven't done shout outs yet, but we're going to go over it. So, like I said, to be honest, the reason why I didn't cover it in a video and why I want to do it on a live stream is because I don't even know what all of these mean 100%. Like, I have a very base level understanding of this stuff, like a lot of people. But simply you can look at like Switch 1, then you can look at Switch 2 and then say, okay, well, like, here's what Switch 1 is, here's what Switch 2 is, right? Rumored wise, right? Big love to Darmex, though. Thank you so much for the $10. Big love to Justin with another $10 dono. My man Justin, Hokage as well. We'll get you back up on the board solely. But right here, as you can see, we're just going to go over it just briefly, I guess. As you can see here, you know, CPU architecture, you got the ARM Cortex A78C, 4 times, so 8's bigger than 4. I think 78 and C is more letters and numbers than A57. You can look at the CPU clocks. Obviously, the CPU clocks docked and mobile, the hertz, you know, but that's going to be affected by like the actual CPU itself and what you can get out of that. So numbers, I guess, max 1.7 compared to docked mobile, 900, whatever. I'm not even sure what all this means 100%. But then you look at the CPU system reservation. So once again, you can look at clocks, say, oh, well, lower numbers. But then, oh, wait a minute, hold up. It has way more cores available to developers. So yeah. 2 cores, 6 available to developers, 1 core, 3 available to developers. So system reservation. The architecture, obviously, this is probably one of the biggest things when it comes to efficiency and power draw and what you can get per like what you can get per like a, you know what I'm saying, like a little graphics node is the architecture, right? The better the architecture, the more efficient and better it can be. So the Ampere architecture is definitely better than the Maxwell, which is what's based off of that. So like I said, I have a very surface, very basic level understanding of these things from videos that I've watched, but I'm not going to say or not like I'm a tech expert. I'm not. Obviously, way more CUDA cores, significantly more CUDA cores over Switch 1. GPU clocks as well. As you can see that it's above the GPU clocks on both docked and mobile. There's one thing that I did see about Switch 2 is that a lot of the stuff that in this system, like with the architecture, there's some of the things that you can specifically code and develop for to put to the GPU instead of the CPU. So obviously getting a bump in the GPU is good overall. Memory interface, obviously you've got, you know, 64-bit compared to 128, so much better. Memory bandwidth, significantly better. More than what? 4 times the amount, about 4 times the amount in docked, which is very good over Switch 1. I mean, Switch 1 docked was a bit low with the memory bandwidth, which MVG spoke about. He spoke about when the Switch OLED came out. He wished that Nintendo increased the memory bandwidth just a bit, because this was one of the things that really hung up on developers making games for the Switch 1 was the memory bandwidth. So the memory bandwidth is significantly better here, obviously, with mobile and in dock. And then the system reservation. This is one thing that DocTray81 felt that was not going to be correct or was going to be adjusted, was the system reservation for the RAM. So the Switch 2 has 12 gigabytes of RAM, which is obviously significantly more than 4 gigabytes of RAM that the Switch 1 has. So you're looking at 3 times the amount. But the Switch 1 OS only used up 0.8 gigabytes for system resources. Switch 2 uses 3 gigabytes for system resources. So obviously that can be the game chat feature, that can be voice chat, right? That can be different system features in terms of suspend mode and different stuff for the OS. We have to wait and see is if there's anything else that this uses, or like Doc was saying in his video, that actually over time, it actually makes it to where the developers can access more of the RAM, not for the actual OS, but for the system itself, like to use for games. But still, 9 is still a significant boost, 3 times the boost almost over the Switch 1. So that's what I expected. I expected significant boosts over Switch 1. I did not expect anything, like I said, like a ROG Ally X for $700, $800. So to me, I'm like, hey, this is significantly better than Switch 1. We're actually seeing current games played on Switch 2. Unlike Switch 1, we did not see current games being played at the launch. A lot of them were, older games or 360 PS3 games ported over. Like, we didn't see stuff like Cyberpunk. We didn't see, current PlayStation 4 games at launch or Xbox One games. What we saw was PS3 and 360 games at the launch. Actually, we didn't see any of that at the launch, to be honest. There was really nothing outside of Breath of the Wild. But for the first year, let's just say that. Like, that first year, I think, what was it? There was Skyrim and Doom. Doom 2016 was the only game. Major, impossible port thingy, right? Switch 1, we're seeing, Switch 2, we're seeing way more, Star Wars Outlaws, obviously current game, not a last-gen game. Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, that's a current game, not a last-gen game. Cyberpunk's a last-gen game, but the Phantom Liberty content is not last-gen. So, yeah, like I said, maybe they're bad. Maybe for the tech people out there, they're bad. But for people upgrading from Switch 1 to Switch 2, or if you simply just want to play games, like video games, these are okay. They get the job done. But like I said, we'll see in the future, of course, right? All right. Shout outs. Oh, sorry, that was not supposed to do that. Okay. Let's get some more. We got some more. Actually, no, I think I need to get Justin's name on the board here. He is definitely the Hokage of the stream. Thank you so much for the support, Justin. I appreciate that. 27. Anybody that's 27 or more, beat out Justin. Cyber Taurus and Justin are still tied up for the Stream Ninja. Anybody that's 10 or more, you can tie up or pass up Justin and Cyber Ninja. Thank you guys so much. Shout outs, combo breaks as well. Let me get to some comments here, though, from you guys. Let me get to some comments. I don't understand the doom and gloom seeing the specs, 9 gigabytes of RAM. I don't really think it's doom and gloom from anybody relevant, to be honest. Like, I'm not even going to go that far and say that it's doom and gloom. Like, I think it's just a very select, like, people that play PlayStation 5 Pro or people that play PlayStation or that just people just don't like Nintendo. I don't think it's really doom and gloom from most people. Most people are like, oh, yeah, that's fine. Like, so, yeah, I'm not going to go that far. Let's see here. Sup, OJ, just curious. Demon Slayer opening thread donated 25? Yeah, 25. Hey, what's up, Vladius? Welcome to the stream. So, that will be, I got a video on that tomorrow, Just Another Artist. Yes, I saw that. But I think it's going to be very clear, just to speak on that a little bit. I got some more information to add for tomorrow's video. But just to speak on that just a little bit with an analyst saying that Nintendo's, like, shaping the third party. Because the problem is that we've had a little bit of an exit, right? Third-party developers are not confident that Microsoft can even sell systems going forward, right? So what do you need to do to fill that gap? I mean, obviously they've already had PC. That's already been there. But what else is there? Really, Nintendo's just like the side chick at this point that is going to maybe become one of the main chicks. I'm not really sure how to put it, but I don't think it was because of, oh my gosh, Nintendo, they're just doing so much more. Clearly, that's not it. They're doing just enough, right? They're doing just enough, and they sold a ton of systems. Microsoft is not selling systems, and obviously the console market, you need to have at least 2 players on top of PC and mobile. So I think that's really what's happening right now, is that third-party developers are like, okay, well, Microsoft can't sell, so we can't sell our game on Microsoft systems if they don't sell their systems. And Game Pass is obviously cutting into game sales. Not saying that Microsoft isn't making a ton of money. They are making a lot of money, but Game Pass definitely is cutting into the sales. So not every developer can rely upon Xbox for game sales,
Having worked for 20 plus years directly dealing with CPU, memory, and storage requirements for technology, there is nothing wrong at all with leap forward in tech we're seeing here from Switch 1. If people would just compare it to Switch 1, it's solid. Yeah. I think that you could even, once again, like, obviously, you can compare it to PlayStation 4 in some areas. Some areas, PS4 is better. A lot of areas, Switch is, even with these specs right here, the biggest problem, even if you compare to PS4, which people are saying, oh, well, it's not better than PS4. It's like, it's the CPU. That's the biggest problem. We all know the Jaguar's CPU in the PlayStation 4 is terrible. That's the reason why Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty can't run on the PlayStation 4.
it can't run on the PlayStation 4 because the CPU is terrible. That's one of the biggest reasons why. Plus, it has a mechanical drive instead of the faster drives, like a SSD or like a fast flash memory or whatever the hell the Switch 2 uses, right? That's another problem too, like loading the assets. So, like, just factually, from a factual standpoint, the comparison to the PS4 doesn't really make any sense. Or even try. Well, listen, it makes sense in some respects if you're talking about some things that it can do. But when it comes to overall capacity or capability, it doesn't really make too much sense compared to PS4. Just like if you look at Switch 1 is clearly better than the PlayStation 3 or 360. Sure, you're going to have some games that look similar, but clearly it's better than the PS3 and 360. Not quite as good as PS4, Xbox One, but definitely better than PS3, 360. And I said this before the Switch 2 even came out. I was like, it's going to be somewhere in between. It's not going to be quite PS4, Xbox One. It's going to be better than those systems, clearly. And it is. We've seen that from the games. But it's not going to be quite up to PS5, Xbox Series, right? So it's in between, somewhere in between there, which is exactly what I said before. And I didn't need a spec sheet for me to know that, you know? Shout outs to Cyber Taurus, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Dono. Let's get you, actually, no, still tied up there between, on the stream that just stream Hokage. Hey, what's up, Rax the Great? Let's see here. Should I get Mario Odyssey as it's cheap, or should I save money and get Bonanza? Well, I mean, it depends on how much money you have, but I mean, yeah, I think at this point, probably getting just Bonanza would be cool if you're looking forward to Switch 2. But I'm thinking Mario Odyssey might have more content, but I don't know yet. Let's see here. Love Street Fighter music, by the way. Brings back so many memories. Hey, no problem, Alma. OJ, Metaphor 30 or 60 on Switch 2? Well, I think it runs on 60 on PS4. So I'm guessing they can get the game to 60. Because it runs at like an unstable 60 on PS4 or PS4 Pro. So I'm pretty sure they can get it to that 60. Considering it's a PS4 game. Huddy with the 48 months. A lot of these race car bed drivers need to park it in the garage and realize software is the most important factor. Switch 2 library going to be great. Yeah, I think that the biggest thing is like the actual games. Nintendo's lineup for the first year, or for the first calendar year. Let's just say that because we don't know what's coming in 2026 outside of the Dust Bloods. But for the first calendar year of 2025, this is the best lineup that I've seen them have in terms of new, old, mixed, third party, first party. Like, I can't think of a better lineup. Even if you date it back to like the old original NES, like look at the lineups that they had back then, or even let's just talk about modern Nintendo, right? Because NES, that was a different time period. But if you look at like the Wii and on, like it's not even close. You look at the first, let's just say 6 months of because this is all 6 months, right? That what we've seen so far for Switch 1, or sorry, Switch 2. I don't think I can look back and see like what system that Nintendo had a better first 6 months. First 6 months is great, it's great so far. Let's see here. I mean, if you need something to play now, Mario Odyssey, once you're done trading Bonanza, yeah, you can do that. But I mean, he's waited so long. I mean, might as well just get Bonanza, get Mario Odyssey later if you want to find it on sale or something. But yeah, it's up to him. Let's see here. That's true. I always use that phrase too, or at least I've used it before. You can't duplicate the time. So yeah, maybe you pick up Mario Odyssey right now to have something to play to get you to get you to Bonanza. That's true. And Odyssey will have a free update. It's not going to be a Nintendo Switch 2 version, but it will be a free update. So it will run and look better on Switch 2. And they might actually do game share to where somebody else can play like the 2-player mode. I think it's actually going to have game share as well. So if you want to game share with somebody, you can game share with somebody else. Let's see here. I don't know if the Nuggets are going to win tonight or not, man, to be honest. We'll see. Wonder how much FPS increased graphics Mario Odyssey will get. Well, I mean, it's already runs at 60, so it's probably just going to stabilize it at 60 star. So it's probably not going to go above 60. And then the frame rate, the resolution is already at about 900p with the dynamic resolution docked. So they'll probably just lock that down at 1080p, and then it'll probably just be 1080p portable as well. Or they'll just lock it at 720p. In portable, it's like 540p. So maybe they'll just lock that down at 720 or 1080p. So yeah, I mean, it's not going to be anything significant. It's a free update. It's not a Nintendo Switch 2 edition of a game. So just keep that in mind, guys. What did I buy for June 5th? I just bought the Switch 2 and the Switch 2 bundle, and then the camera and Mario Kart, or well, Switch 2 bundle with Mario Kart World, the camera and the Pro Controller. Let's see. What are the chances we get a big holiday game? Think about one of the games announced, Metroid Prime 4, Kirby 2. Well, those games are coming out probably the second half, so it could be Kirby or it could be something else. We don't know. I don't know if Nintendo has any like big secret game that they haven't shown off yet though for the first 6 months. We don't know. Games coming August, September, October, November, maybe Age of Imprisonment is December. Age of Imprisonment will probably be before December. Nintendo, they've launched games December, but usually it's before. But we'll see.
I have been struggling with waiting. I beat Pikmin 4 and I'm playing Dragon Ball Fighters of all things.
Dragon Ball Fighters. Wow. Dragon Ball Fighters. All right. Hey, Dragon Ball Fighters is a good game. And that's too many fours. Clearly that's too many fours. So look, you broke the freaking fours. Thanks a lot, Justin. I appreciate you breaking the fours on here. Okay, it just keeps going, by the way. It just keeps going. And it won't stop. I don't know. No, dude, it's gonna crash my stream. I can see the frame rate going. It's gonna crash the stream with all these freaking fours. Thanks a lot, Justin. All right, here we go. We got it under control. There we go. It went haywire for a second. Oh man, Justin, your favorite number is 4, Justin. Shout outs to Justin with the 31 so far today. Thank you so much, Justin. I appreciate that. Combo breaks. 54 on the board. You guys know the deal. 45-minute extension unlocked on tonight's stream. Let's go.
Overclock Buster!
Appreciate that. So we've clearly gone further beyond. We've went super beyond what we even need to do. Just got off improved the June 5th. All set for midnight launch. Stoked. Yeah, let's go, Captain. They said Age of Imprisonment comes out winter. Yeah, they did say it comes out winter. It's probably going to be 2025 though. I'm thinking it's going to launch 2025. I don't think it's going to go to next year. But once again, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Whenever they say like winter or whenever they say fall or spring, like it's very relative, you know. Oh snap, yo, Monado Mario with the opening thread. Let's go. Shout out to Monado Mario.
Sorry to interrupt the fun, but my maternal grandma passed away a few days ago.
Oh no.
She had a scooter accident 4 months ago and has been bedridden in somewhat unconscious state ever since. So my mom decided to pull the plug last week. So kind not in good mood.
I'm sorry to hear about that, man. That's definitely absolutely terrible to hear about your maternal grandmother. And it's never easy at all losing, you know, loved ones, man. Like that pain is there. So what I want to say, first and foremost, Monado Mario, I want to say thank you so much for your support, man. You could have just told me that in the chat. You didn't have to drop a dono for it. But I mean, I think that you were trying to be symbolic a little bit for the opening thread, honor the grandma. So not to make it about myself, but I lost my grandma about 15 years ago. And about 5 years ago, we honored her 10th anniversary. You know what I'm saying? So her memory still lives on. I still look at her anytime I go to my mom's house. I see her picture. So it's so basically I'm trying to give you just a little bit of encouragement here, man. It's sad, but keep the memory up, man. Keep the memory up. Speak about the good things about your grandma, man. Think about all of the stuff that she did to enrich your lives and know that she lives on. You know what I'm saying? She lives on in spirit. She lives on afterlife. She lives on in all that, man. So we're all praying for you and your family, man. I know I am. So I'm really sorry to hear about that for your grandma. But once again, don't try at least. That's what I would say, to remember all the good things, you know, because that's, I mean, I know I've been there. I know how it feels. It's terrible. I'm really sorry to hear about her scooter accident too. I didn't know. I mean, obviously you wouldn't. There's no need to say that beforehand. But I'm sorry to hear about that, Monado. Much love, brother. Seriously. So sorry to hear about your grandma, man. That's just rough. Very, very, very rough. But like I said, I know I've been there before, man. I've been there and I know how you feel. So praying for you, man. Sorry to hear about that. And yeah, if you don't, I mean, you don't gotta watch the streams, obviously, if you're not feeling in a good mood or to talk about video games and all that. I wouldn't blame you, man. I really wouldn't blame you. Condolences, brother. Let's give a even further beyond for for my man Minato Mario and his grandma, bro. For real. Let's see here. Just really want to see Ubisoft unleash the floodgates on Switch 2. I want Division and Switch Far Cry, Assassin's Creed. Well, all that stuff's coming, so it's all coming. What's up, Mr. Davis? Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Prayers up, shout outs. Hey, good stuff on the chat. You guys all saying, you know, giving some prayers there, man. What's up, Mr. Davis? Welcome. Welcome. How do I feel about the specs? Yeah, I feel okay, man. The specs are fine to me. You know, I think it was, who was it? Red Tech Gaming, who basically spread a bunch of misinformation and lies. And that's what I'm talking about with some of these YouTubers. This dude spent years spreading misinformation and lying about the Switch 2 specs in terms of how powerful it could be or not. And then when the specs, rumored specs right now are revealed by Digital Foundry, he makes it, he not even, I don't know if it's a joke. He's like, oh yeah, some Nintendo fans probably thinking these specs are good. You know, it's like, dude, you spent years making up fake specs and making thousands of dollars off of fake Switch 2 leak videos and tech that you did not even know. What are you complaining about the specs for? You spread false information on the specs and the leaks and all that for years. So I just found it funny. But so that's why I think it's not really anybody that knows about, like, that wants to play great games and like likes Nintendo content. It's just people who play PC or people who play Xbox Series or PlayStation 5 Pro or something. It's just a small minority of people online that they look at numbers and think that that's what equates to a great game experience, when we've seen the games. You know, we've seen the games on Switch 2. We've seen Street Fighter, we've seen Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom run and look way better. We've seen Metroid Prime be significantly better than Switch 1. We've seen Hogwarts Legacy. We're seeing the games. Not saying that they're going to run better than PS5 or PS5 Pro, but we've seen the games. It's a hybrid system. We know what it can do. I don't really think there's anything that's like I said, there's no defending here. We've seen the system. Like, some numbers aren't going to make me all of a sudden say, oh, now it's terrible. We saw the games. They told us what frame rate Cyberpunk's running at. They showed us the gameplay. They showed us the graphics of running on Switch 2. So nothing changes at this point, you know? Nothing really changes for me, at least. Minato with the 3.
Fine. So can you play this GB Super Mario 4 unlicensed video a few seconds? I know it's a video request, but this was one of Game Boy memory related to my grandma, cause I play this GB game a lot when I was at her house. Okay. It was my cousin's GB.
Game Boy, okay, you got like a thing here? Okay. So is it like that actual, like a long, you want me to watch the video? For a few seconds? Okay, we'll check it out for sure. So you used to play this game right here, Minato. Let me update this for you, man. Thank you so much, Minato Mario, with another $3 coming in. Appreciate that, man. Rest in peace to your grandma, dude. Seriously. So yeah, we'll check it out real quick. So this is what you used to play back in the day with the grandma. Got you into Nintendo. Was this looking at this right here? Yeah, unlicensed. Yeah, I don't think I ever played this one, Minato. But it looks super fun for back in the day. It looks like it'd be a great game to play portable. Just be like, oh snap! Wait, hold up. Oh, those things are falling. You gotta be quick. A Mario ball. Oh snap, yo. Okay, yeah, just hit a couple jumps. What is Mario? What is Mario throwing at those toads? Does like the Mario death animation where they go. Let's go. Used to have this fun with. Yeah, I remember I had a friend that had Mario Land, like the 6 golden coins or whatever, on the NES back in the day, and I used to play it. I remember he let us borrow his Game Boy, and I thought it was like the coolest thing ever, like back in like the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. So yeah, I thought it was great. Shout outs to Minato Mario, man, for real, dude. That was a blast from the past. Great stuff, for real. Great stuff, man. That's really cool. Really, really, really cool. Yeah, it's a bootleg game of a Crayon Shin-Chan game, but a very good one, and it was 201 bootleg cartridge. That's how I know Pokemon. Oh, man. Yeah, yeah. I remember playing that game. It was cheeks, but back then, it was a banger. What, Mario 6 golden coins? That game was great. It's not garbage. Now Microsoft will probably put their games on Switch too. It seems like there's no reason to get a Series S or X anymore. I mean, Microsoft were already gonna put their games on Switch 2 beforehand, so yeah. They decided to go. What's it called? They decided to go multi-platform a while ago. It seems risky for DF to weigh in on what's still a rumored leak. How many times they want to get burned? Well, they said that they got the information probably from a developer. So I don't think it's necessarily like off on their specs. Once again, I don't think the specs are bad. Like, people are just looking at numbers and trying to compare it to something else. But the specs are fine. That's what I expected. It's a big bump over Switch 1.
Unless my eyes are broke, I saw Cyberpunk 2077 running pretty good on the Switch 2 in a video that came out today.
Yeah, there is a video of Cyberpunk running on Switch 2. I think it's like a Japanese video. We can check that out too while we're at it. So yeah, once again, like I said, it's not even about damage control and defending here. Like, if you think the specs aren't good, that's fine. I don't have a problem with people thinking the specs aren't good. But once again, this is what I expected for $400, $450. You're not going to get ROG Ally specs. You're not going to beat out that, or PS5. You're not going to beat out those specs for a hybrid system. So I'm not sure what some people are expecting. But once again, I don't think this is widespread. I don't think it's a widespread thing in terms of people saying, oh my god, these are garbage. Like, I think it's just a few select people making a very loud noise about it. I don't see Nintendo fans getting all crazy about the specs. Like, I don't see, you know, people that are into video games, that are actually into playing Nintendo games, crazy about the specs. I see people that are into PlayStation or maybe Xbox or PC that are making a bunch of noise, but I don't see people that are actually into playing Nintendo games that are angry about the specs at all. I don't see that. So I don't want to make it seem like, the one thing that I don't want to do is I don't want to make it seem as if there's some type of widespread, like, drop the price outrage. I don't think that there is. I think, once again, it's just people who play Xbox and PlayStation that are having a problem with it. Not people who actually play, like, games, but people who like to look at spec sheets and look at, you know, like digital foundry, like frame rate counters and stuff like that. Like, I don't think it's actually Nintendo fans or people that are going to buy the system. And heck, I even think some of the people that are complaining about the specs are actually going to buy the system or have already secured their pre-order. So it doesn't even really matter if they're upset about it. They weren't upset enough to not pre-order the system, you know? So yeah. I don't think it's a widespread thing. I think it's a just internet echo chamber type of thing, in my opinion, at least. But I could be wrong, you know. I could definitely be wrong. Yeah, it boggles my mind. You have weirdos that try to twist the narrative and say Switch 2 underpowered Steam Deck. Yeah, that's definitely not from what I've seen. Not from. So yeah. Not from what I've seen. Let's see here. Every Nintendo fan realized the leak confirmed specs Switch 2 are fantastic for a handheld. Console PC fans are mad for some reason. Exactly. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm surprised DCG didn't make a video about the specs like he did about Nintendo not wanting to review the people to review the console. Yeah, it has nothing to do with. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. It has nothing to do with people not wanting them to review the console. It's a Switch 2. The console concept and all that is fine. Like, it's not, the people are still gonna get their Switch 2 units. It's just that the reviews aren't gonna come until after, because there's a significant day one patch. So you can't review the system without the day one patch. And if the day one patch isn't gonna be ready for day one, like, that's when they need to get it ready. There's no point in reviewing the system if the day one patch that's gonna be there the day one isn't gonna be ready. It's a system that people are going to update and get the patch, right? So that's the reason why. It's not that they don't want them to review it. If they didn't want them to review it, they wouldn't give them review units at all. So yeah, that's not it. Plus, the system is going to, most people that are going to buy the system at launch, they're not waiting for a professional review to get the system or not. They've already made up their mind based off of the advertising, based off of that. So yeah, it has nothing to do with that. Nintendo always gives review units, or always gives games ahead of time when it comes down to most stuff. So yeah, that's not it at all. But it's all good though. What are your thoughts about Nintendo having the ability to brick your Switch 2? It's the same thing that's like all of the other systems that are out there. If you hack or if you mod or if you do anything to your system, that could potentially be an issue when it comes to cheating online or when it comes to stealing or when it comes to anything. Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo all have the same stuff in their terms of agreement. So it's the same thing.
Reviews
it's nothing
for
new.
Gaming hardware is always pointless to me. I don't even remember the Switch reviews.
Yeah, I don't remember the Switch reviews either. So I know people are making a big point about that, but Sony has literally the same exact thing. And I know some people say, oh, well, they're both bad. Sure. But it's only if you're hacking, you're glitching, or you're doing something that's going to compromise the system. They don't want you tampering with the system. If you tamper with the system, that could potentially cause problems for hack their servers or their network. So if they detect that, then yeah, they absolutely might do something. But once again, that's been in there since the Wii. The Wii actually had that back in 2006. So this actually isn't anything new. It's been the same thing since 2006 with the Wii. Once again, Sony's also included that in theirs as well. I know there might have been some people saying it's not quite the same, but from what I read, it definitely seems the same. But once again, it's up to your interpretation, right? But I think it's fine. If you hack, if you mod, if you glitch, if you try to cheat, or if you're doing stuff like that, something bad could happen to your system. So don't do it, you know?
Another thing I was telling my buddy yesterday is that devs will be making games built for Switch 2, unlike just having to port them over. They are going to be optimized for the hardware and will perform better.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to be optimized for the hardware so that they're going to run, that's the one difference between like a Steam Deck or like a Switch 2 is that it's going to be coded to the metal. It's going to be built for the system. So therefore, you can definitely punch above your weight on that as well. You know, very much like the Switch 1, right? Like Switch 1 actually has no business running games like Doom Eternal or like, it's like if you build a comparatively spec'd PC, like the Switch 1, it would probably run Doom Eternal, it'd probably run Doom Eternal like in like 5 frames per second or something like that, right? Something crazy. But like I said, you have certain specific APIs built for the system, certain coded to the metal. It's going to obviously make things a bit different when it comes to building for the system, right? So yeah, absolutely. Shout outs, man. Appreciate that. Justin with the $3 as well.
Also, I was catching up on the replays and everyone was talking about Rampage.
Yeah.
A good Rampage indie game is Terror of Venusaurus. I thought it pretty good.
Yeah. I said that he spreads a lot of information that's fake leak information. Red Tech Gaming on Switch 2. So yeah. The only Switch review I need is IGN giving the system a 7 out of 10. 7 point out of 10. Too much, not enough water. What's up, Boo Boo? What's up, World Renowned? Welcome. If you want to mod your handheld, there's plenty of devices for that. It'd be odd to buy a Switch 2 if you're looking to mod. Well, the people that are looking to mod are the people that are most people that are looking to like hack or mod their system, not all. Most are just looking to steal games. That's really what it comes down to. Not all, but just most. Not all. I want to make sure that I'm very clear. But the people that are they're just looking to emulate and steal games. That's what most people are looking to do with that. Now, there are some people that obviously legal emulation, right? Other stuff like that, which I do acknowledge. But once again, it's against the TOS in all of these systems. It's not just Nintendo. Microsoft and Sony also have similar verbiage in their TOS, and that's just how consoles are. If you want to hack or mod or glitch or do whatever, obviously you can get a PC. That would be the system to do that with. So yeah, not Switch 2. So yeah. Real quick though, I guess like for those who don't believe me, Ninty Fangirl, she brought this one up, so I want to make sure that maybe if you guys can show me, maybe I can't read correctly. I think maybe hold up, guys. I think this is a little bit loud. Is it? I'll turn it down just a little bit. So here's the terms of service that goes back to the original Wii. This is from the Wii. So when I said that it's been in there since 2006, here's what I'm talking about. If we detect unauthorized software, services, or devices, your access to the Wii network service may be disabled, and or the Wii console or games may be unplayable. So they say and or the Wii console or games. It's not like they're just saying games or just online. They literally said the Wii console. So that's why I said this is nothing new. It's been in there for 20 years.
I don't people understand. They aren't going to brick your system. They are going to throw a brick at your system.
They're going to throw an actual brick. So this has been in there for a very long time. This is not new, like I said. So that's the reason why I'm not going to sit here and get fake outraged about it, because I'm not going to hack or mod or, you know, do that to my system once again. But for those who want to do that, don't take it online. If you want to do this and not get your system bricked or whatever, just don't take it online. If you don't take the system online, then you'll never have an issue with this at all, because there's no way that they can detect it. So just don't take it online if you want to do that. That's all you got to do. Also, here's PlayStations. Now, there are some people that were saying that it's not the same, but I mean, I'm reading it and it looks the same, and PlayStation says this, and this has been in there for a long time for PlayStation as well. Especially after the whole GeoHots thing, where they sued that guy back in the PS3 days for the whole Linux thing or whatever that he did to hack the PS3. They took that man to court. Oh, they were pissed off about that. So it says the automatic removal or blockage of content associated with those accounts, implementation of upgrades or devices intended to discontinue unauthorized use, the permanent or temporary disablement of access to any PSN content, PlayStation devices. So they're actually talking about the devices itself. Some people were trying to say that it's just the online, and no, the actual PlayStation devices, products, or services or features. So they said that it can disable it for devices and everything.
Also, I hate Google's autofix. It keeps removing words I know what I want to type Google.
Shoutouts, Justin. Thank you for the $3 as well. So, yeah, we agree to these same terms for all the systems. I didn't get outraged about those. I'm not going to get outraged about this. It's just not happening.
You would have to do something really bad with that system online to even get their attention to notice you.
Yeah. So it is what it is. That's just my opinion on it. I'm not going to get outraged. I don't get outraged with PlayStations. I'm not going to get outraged now. It's been in there for 20 years. So, yeah, that's my thoughts. My thoughts are, if you don't hack it. No, that's my thoughts. Same thing I'd say for PlayStation. Same thing I'd say for Xbox if they have theirs or whatever. If you don't want to potentially get disabled or hacked or a problem, don't hack it, you know? That's all you got to do. Use PC if you want to do that. Shout outs to Justin. Thank you for another $3 dono. Also, Cyber Taurus, thank you for another $5 dono as well. We are going well further than beyond. Let's go. Shout outs. Let's see. OJ, you seen Necro called out Central Leaks for spreading misinformation about stating Nintendo removed VRR from docked play when they never stated that. They're just not currently enabled. I didn't see that, but I mean, like, that's just like a more of like almost semantics. If it's not supported at the beginning, or they removed it, or for whatever, because at first they said that it was going to be VRR was going to be there, and then they said they removed that from there. So we'll see if it gets enabled later or not, what the situation is in terms of that. So yeah. Let's see. You know what the outrage really is that it's so easy to hack the Switch 1, and we're very happy about it, but now the problem is mostly resolved with Switch 2. They're crying because they can't steal. I think that's really what it is. It comes down to people just wanting to steal. Most people, it's just because they want to steal the games. The large majority of people. Other people are just really influential, and they let YouTubers influence them how they think and feel. So some other people, they were fine with it before, or it wasn't an issue with any other system, but now that YouTubers are telling them something, now they want to feel a certain way because they feel like we got to be angry about something. So there's also that. But once again, I don't want to make it seem as if it's this widespread thing, because it's not. And I'm not even trying to like downplay it or nothing. Sure, there are probably some people that are significantly mad, and that's fine. I don't care. Be mad or happy or angry or do whatever. I don't care what you do with your money. I don't care what you do with your time. You guys play and do whatever you want, you know? But I don't think it's some type of widespread, oh my God, the whole internet is angry. I think it's an echo chamber of a small, maybe a couple thousand of people that are just yelling every day about it. I don't think it's anything significant, to be honest. That's just me, though. People mad System 3 forgot that Series S has 8 gigabytes of usable RAM. Switch 2 has 9 gigabytes, more than enough to play basically every game. Yeah, exactly. So once again, I don't think the RAM thing is really, I mean, because, and the reason why people are bringing that up, because like the system OS looks very similar to Switch 1. It seems like it's pretty much like the same thing, which yeah, it's using the same OS. We know that. But I think like once again, game chat and certain things probably going to take up a lot more memory and RAM than what the Switch 1 offered. And you might be able to record videos for longer. There might be just certain things that you can do, right? Compared to you got voice chat built in. Stuff like that needs obviously more system resources, but we don't know what else also in the future, and we don't know how that's going to be optimized to where developers will be able to probably use more of that system resource RAM. You'll probably be able to use more of that for the game. So I think it will actually balloon up to 10 gigabytes or maybe even a bit more in the future. Let's see, this 7 guy again. He tried to defend Steam Deck. It's the 7 guy again. He tried to defend Steam Deck. He's back. 7 guy again. I don't know who you're talking about. Do you think we'll see a new Mario platformer this year? I think we might actually see it, but if it comes out, I don't know about if it comes out. See it, sure.
Propane and propane accessories.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking forward to the new King of the Hill.
King of the Hill's coming back, and it's gonna be lit, man. I'm looking forward to it as well. Propane and propane accessories, Bobby. Let's go. I'm so looking forward to the new King of the Hill. Hulu. Chris with the 21 months. Hey, shout out to Chris with the 21 months. eShop is going to be actually be usable. Nice that OS has more resources. Yeah, it's going to be faster. It's going to probably chug less as well. Yeah, that's going to be good. Nintendo did say that it's smoother. The EULA debacle really proves the saying it's only problem when Nintendo does it. I wouldn't even call it a debacle. Honestly, like, I'm not trying to downplay people's concerns, but I don't really think it's a lot of actual people, to be honest. If you just want my honest opinion, I think it's just a very, like I said, it's just YouTubers riling people up for money, of course. And it's just random people on the internet. And like I said, a lot of these people are probably even going to buy the Switch too, so yeah, I don't really see it as anything. I don't really see it. I wouldn't even call it mass hysteria. I wouldn't even call it that. I think it's just, like I said, a very small amount of people angrily talking very loudly. But yeah, I don't really think it's anything significant. Me personally. Smooth eShop and will demand considerably more RAM, plus game icons fully loading properly, and game chat all needs more RAM, so it's good they're devoting adequate memory. Yeah, that's one thing that I thought about too. What's up, Jackson? Good to see you here. Jackson actually knows about tech and stuff like that, so you guys can ask Jackson questions if you have questions. He actually knows more about that stuff than I do.
Hey,
Lurker with the 3.
I've been a little anxious this week and also haven't been sleeping well, which isn't a good combo.
No.
The streams always calm me down in a way videos can't. I guess being live and reading the Ninja Village chat distracts me better.
Yeah.
Thanks, bro.
No problem. Thank you, man. And yeah, I know some of you guys, listen, man, I get a little anxious and nervous at times as well, you know? We all do. We've all been there. I'm not saying that my stream is like the greatest thing ever or it's therapy. It's not. But I do know that it does provide some people with some sense of community, provides some people with some, something to do when you're not feeling your best, and you can get live interaction and feedback to your questions. So I try to do my best to stream as much as I can. I try to do, stream longer, try to do my best, try to come here no matter what happens, still be in a good mood and try to come through, and do my best. So I owe you guys that. You guys have been incredible to me. You guys show up. I mean, heck, Minato Mario's here. He's not in the best mood. His grandma passed away. He's still here. He's supporting the stream. So you guys always show up and are very nice to me and support me. So I'm going to do my best as well. So like I said, and I think at the end of the day, Lurker, a lot of us have a BS meter detected, like built, at least people here, maybe not online, but like, you guys know when I come here and I talk to you guys, it's my honest opinion. You can call me whatever names you want. People say shill, people say whatever. Like, it don't matter. At the end of the day, I'm honest. I'm completely honest with my thoughts and my feelings. And if it comes off one way or another, I'm never going to apologize for that. I'm never going to apologize because what I say is I'm going to be what I honestly think. I'm going to give my thoughts, and it's usually going to be logical. Usually. If it's illogical, then I'll apologize if it is. But it's usually going to be illogical. So I give my thoughts, I give my opinions, and I go based off of what I see. I don't go based off of Nintendo's the best, I don't care, or this or that. I just go based off of what I see and what I like. I like this, that's what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. So It ain't anything more or less than that, you know? Was I got a question from borrowing your games? Do you know how to do it? Yes or no? Yeah, you can do it. But it's really weird. It's really weird. Yo, Cyber Taurus with the propane! Bristol Bobby!
King of the Hill, let's go.
Yes,
I
sir.
also really hope I got that to trigger the right animation to rolling on the floor laughing.
You got it.
Also, this community got me through some bad times as well without realizing it. Shout out ninjas.
Let's go. I didn't know that it got you through some bad times. I'll let you guys know, man. Y'all got me through some bad times. If you guys were here, I had a little situation with my daughter for 7 years. And holy smokes, you guys got me through that, man. Anybody that was here in 2018 when it happened, you guys saw how irritable I was on my streams. Holy smokes. I was very irritable on my streams. And you guys got me through that, man. You guys got me through that to where now we actually have a resolution, which I wasn't completely happy with everything with it, but I was just like, screw it. Let me just get this over with, you know? So yeah. Shout out to Steam Deck Lex. So shout out to Monado Mario. The village is here for you players. Appreciate the stream. Hey, I appreciate you. Shout out to Cyber Taurus, though. I'm glad we can get you through some tough, you know, some tough times and all that, man. That's what's important. But yes, that definitely triggered the propane. Hank Hill is 42 years old at the start of the original King of the Hill series, so that's the reason why. And I had to look that up about Hank Hill. I didn't know when I first watched it that he was 42, but he's 42 when this series first starts. I think he's a little bit older in the new series because they have stuff that wasn't invented, like in the art that they use. So I think that they definitely, it's a lot more modern now at this point. So I like what they're doing with the new King. From the key art that they showed off, at least I like what they're doing. Looks like it's going to make fun of, like, you know, some of the modern stuff that's in today's society. So I'm looking forward to it, man. I think it's gonna be really good. It's gonna be really good. Shoutouts. Did you watch SMD's Switch 2 versus PC handhelds? Lowered the power draw, which means 10 watts, or Switch 2 couldn't even run Cyberpunk at 20 frames per second. Switch 2 does more with less. I didn't watch Super Metal Dave's video on that, but I watched Blunty's video. And Blunty made very much the same point about that, is that the power draw for these big PC handhelds is insane in terms of running the game, as well as Cyberpunk is supposedly running on the Switch 2. So yeah, I did see that though, which was, you know, once again, very interesting. Which was very, very, very interesting to see that overall. So yeah, man, yeah, like I said, like when you have a dedicated system built specifically to play the games, you're going to get a lot of great performance out of it. You know, you're going to get a lot of great performance, and I think that's what we've seen so far, more than just, like I said, the specs, you know, when it comes down to it. Big love to Cyber Taurus, though, going even further than Bill. Thank you for the big 42. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. You are now the Hokage and the Stream Ninja. I think you've done 60 plus. I don't know exactly how much because I didn't count it, but it's definitely 60 plus. Anybody does more than that, you bet, my man. Cyber Taurus on the board. Thank you so much, Cyber Taurus. Yeah, I don't know about PC gaming too much, Boo Boo, so I wouldn't be the right one to answer. Can somebody look at Boo Boo's question and can answer that question for him? I don't know about PC gaming like that. I just know that I don't like it. Seven's the same guy who tried to debate you on how the Steam Deck has physical to connecting the disk drive. He's potentially one of the banana guy's goons. Oh, okay, that guy. Oh yeah, I remember that guy. Yeah, I remember that guy. Okay, I guess he's here in the chat. Some people are responding to him. So yeah. So yeah, he's definitely seems like one of the, he's not here to actually talk about Switch 2 because he's saying that Switch 2 literally using hardware from 10 years ago. DLSS is not hardware from 10 years ago. That's not hardware from 10 years ago. 10 years ago was the Tegra X1. the best mobile chip on the market 10 years ago in 2015 was the Tegra X1. That was the super chip, and that was the best one that they could even get back in 2015. So, and the hardware that we see, like the architecture, was after 10 years ago in terms of like Ampere and all of that. And like I said, the DLSS, the custom DLSS that it has, that was not 10 years ago either. So this guy's not actually here to talk for real. He's just, like I said, a weirdo. A complete weirdo that obviously does not like Nintendo games, does not like Nintendo stuff, and wants to try to troll or try to think that he's something or somebody. You know, just a complete weirdo. Let's see here. Justin with the $5.
Can I get Goku theme from Fighters?
Of
also,
course.
I saw a good video from Switchforce saying you're not wrong for being excited for the Switch 2. And I usually don't like his videos, no offense.
No offense. No offense to that. No offense. No, shout out to Switchforce, man. He's a good dude. But yeah, you're not wrong to get excited for, if you want to get excited, you're not wrong to get excited for anything. If you want to get excited for any type of tech or video game, you're not wrong to get excited for it, you know? Which is, I always think it's weird when people get angry when other people are upset. Like this 7 guy, he's a complete weirdo. People are happy or people are excited to play the system, and what is he doing? He's coming here to be angry, or to just because he's not excited or because he doesn't care, to just try to troll. These are sad individuals. You've got to be a really sad, upset individual to come here just to be upset that people are excited about it and to make up stuff like it's harder from 10 years ago. Oh, like just dumb stuff. Like how sad or deranged do you've got to be to sit there and waste your time, waste a beautiful day or a night doing that instead of playing what's more exciting to you, or instead of going to a stream that's more exciting. These people are weird. There is a mental disease with some of these people. Online gamers, terminally online gamers. There is with you guys that do this, I hate to break it to you, 7, and to the people that do this, there's something wrong with you. And I think that you guys know that there's something wrong with you by doing this. Like, you know that there is. But like I said, the good news, or the good thing about it is that people are excited. People are going to play the system. It's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting to kind of get into the games. And that's what it's always been about. Whenever the system sells and does well, you're going to be sitting here making excuses. You're going to be sitting here upset. And I'm going to enact a debate tax too here. So 7, I have no problem. You can say your opinion. But if you're here just to spread false or stupid information, stuff like that, we don't tolerate that on anything. So I'm going to need a fresh 10 for you to keep on talking or just keep on trolling. If you want to troll or debate with people, I'm going to need a fresh 10. And it's going to have to be 10 every 10 minutes. So think carefully about the next words, because we're not doing it here today, man. Let's not be silly. I don't do this to other content creators. I don't do this, so I expect that from you guys. These are my rules, okay? So I'm not expecting that on anything when it comes to Microsoft, Sony. Whenever Sony's next system comes out, I'm not going to tolerate people trolling the system 100 nonstop or Xbox. We don't do that here, and we've never done that. We're not going to do that. So I didn't even tolerate it with the PS5 Pro, and I didn't like the whole disk drive thing. We just talked about the actual things. So yeah, man. So just move on, all right? That's going to be my one warning to you. But if you want to debate and argue, I'll debate and argue with you. But you're going to have to donate $10 every single 10 minutes for me to do that, all right? You said your piece. You got in what you wanted to get. Now let's just move on, all right, man? Thanks for coming out to the stream, though. I appreciate you. Shout outs to Justin and Caitlin, though. Appreciate that. Thank you for the 5. And Mustache Man, thank you for the 24 months. Pure Eye Boys in the chat. Let's go. Shout outs. Let's get it. Thank you guys so much for your support. Combo breaks. The troll. It's a great idea. Let them get their words in. I'll debate. I'll discuss a couple different things, but I ain't going all night, you know?
I got my email from Nintendo to pre-order the Switch 2.
Yo, what's up, Jacob?
I wasn't going to pick it up yet, but I think it's going to be cheaper to get it now instead of next year.
Probably.
Because of tariffs.
Probably.
What
or
do
maybe.
You think?
Maybe. It can definitely go up. It can definitely go up. So yeah, if you can get if you want the system, or you know you're gonna want the system, and you can afford it, then yeah, I would say pick it up now. You know. Yeah, we got a debate tariff. We got a debate tariff. You know what I'm saying? Like debate tariff. You know what I'm saying? Tariffs. We enacted the tariffs. I got my own tariffs, man. I got my own tariffs, fam. You want to sit here and argue? You want to sit here and put a bunch of fake information? Okay, pay up. Says Geeker one got switched to hardware. No, all he got was a motherboard. Yeah, he didn't get the full hardware. He just ran simulated tests. Hey, what's up, Juice Man? Shout outs. Debate tariff is up to 50% today. Hey, we charging 10 minutes. $10. Only if you want to troll and debate. If you want to actually discuss legitimately, like, hey, I don't like this X, Y, and Z, and actually have legitimate discussion, then that's free. Legitimate discussion's always free. But trolling, no. If I gotta sit here, if you're gonna sit here and just put blatantly false information to troll, pay up. Pay up to be in the chat. So, yeah, that's the rules. Let's see here. Switch. Shout outs to Switch. Switch. Critch. I'm not sure if I'm even saying something bad there. It says, thank you for the subscription. It says 2 more games have been announced for launch: Roller Coaster Tycoon Classic and Alpha Kenny Body. I don't know what those games are. I think I've heard of Roller Coaster Tycoon, but that's good. More games is good. Yeah, I'm going to a midnight release. Yes, I'm going to a midnight release. What's up, Shaw X? Let's see here. Makes the CPU makes the banana guy even look worse. I'm assuming most of the viewers are just dumbos. Yeah, whatever, you know. So yeah. What's up, Anthony? Welcome to the stream. What's up, Juice Man Vaughn? Thank you for the subscription, though, Switch Chris. Appreciate you, man. OJ, midnight launch vlog thoughts? I don't know, because like I don't think my brother wants to be on camera, and I'm gonna be hanging out with my brother. So I think once we actually get the system, when we come back, I'll set it up, and my brother will be off cam, and I'll be on cam, and then we can have a stream from there. But I don't know about a vlog. I don't know. Do I got something in my beard? Okay, no, I don't. I don't know about a vlog, just because like I don't think my brother's gonna want to do that. So, yeah. Not sure if you saw the Mario Kart World clip where a person playing King Boo in the Knockout Tour, going from second to 16th place, but it was funny. That game is gonna be a blast. Yeah, I think I did see that clip. I think Fidel linked that clip where that dude just got cooked. Daniel says, what do you think about the Borderlands 4 interview made specifically for Switch 2 instead of a port? Yeah, I talked about that in a video, Daniel. So make sure you guys hit the notification bell, watch all my vids, because the big stuff like that, I always talk about it in my vids. But yeah, I think that's pretty cool. That's definitely shows that the system is a bit more on equal footing than what we've seen in the past, at least at launch. Maybe that'll change later, but yeah, for right now. A while ago, we had images of the Triforce logo. Do you think it could be a Switch 2 game? Images of the Triforce logo? Whatever that was, it wasn't real. It wasn't actually like from Nintendo, or it wasn't actually like a real thing. Do I like XCOM? It's all right. Maybe unpopular opinion, but I still feel like Xbox Game Pass doesn't have the value unless you eat games. But I work 6 to 6, so maybe that's just me. Xbox Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass value is subjective. It's subjective to the person and the time that they have to play games. Phil Spencer even said this himself. Objectively, the value is there if you just talk about what you get for the service and how much it would cost you to actually play those games, even if you waited for sales and discounts. But once again, you have to almost live, breathe, eat, and sleep games in order to really take advantage of Game Pass. Otherwise, use it passively. You know, it's used passively like Netflix or something like that. Which, Netflix, to me, it's a little bit different because my wife uses Netflix all the time. But two, because you can actually consume more Netflix content in a shorter amount of time. Like, you can watch, 5 videos in like one day. Can you beat 5 like full-length games in one day? Probably not. But you can watch 5 really good movies in a day. That might take you, if they're an hour and a half to hour 45 or 2 hours, you can get that done in six hours or less, right? So the value in terms of what you can actually do is there compared to Game Pass.
Did you see what Take-Two said about the Switch 2?
I did see what Take-Two said about the Switch 2. How they, that they're big supporters of it and like believers, but they said wait and see. But that echoes their statements that they've already said. Now some people are trying to relate that to GTA. I don't think it relates to GTA 6. It could, but I think that they're definitely waiting and seeing for GTA if it's even worth it. And I think that maybe there's some plans for sure. But I think that probably the biggest thing that they're worried about is the adoption rate right now of the PlayStation 5. Now, yes, the PS5 is going to help sell way more, or GTA 6 is going to help sell way more PS5s, but by the time that the Switch 2 comes out, and by the time that GTA 6 comes out, the Switch 2 could have, 15 million units. That is a significant amount of people, right, to add on to the Xbox Series and add on to the PlayStation 5. So, I don't think that it means that GTA 6 is coming 100%, Justin, but I do think that it's obviously a good thing, right? They do have some games coming out for the Switch 2. They've announced some stuff, right? Like Borderlands and things like that, Take-Two, so, and like NBA 2K. What else? I think they have some other stuff, but I don't know. Either way, it's good. It's good. And I think they have GTA 4 for Switch 1 probably as well. So, yeah. Shout out to Shaw X with the $5. Says, OJ, with all respect, I can't take a dude wearing a damn banana suit and a dude named Moist seriously. Take that whack banana suit off. Hey, look, man, people run their streams however they need to run their streams in order to have fun and in order to make it fun. So, you know, dressing up in outfits, Miss Click, she dressed up in a banana suit as well one time, and she danced, and it was awesome. So it happens. You know, you never know. Maybe one of these days I'll dress up in a banana suit. But yeah, you know, I think like the double whammy of dressing up in a banana suit and also being wrong is also like, that's just the worst combination. You know, Moist, in terms of him, the fact that, you know, he's a multi-millionaire, he can just say whatever he wants. His users are just, he's a multi-millionaire. He gets a ton of views. So whether he's accurate or not, or even if he knows what he's talking about, is irrelevant. I mean, at the end of the day, for many of his viewers. So just as long as he gets his emotions and feelings out and how he feels. So yeah, do I take any of these people seriously? No, I don't. They don't have any background in actually reporting things accurately or correctly. They just kind of say what they say, then look at an article, which is fine, but they don't actually have any in-depth knowledge of the gaming community. They think that since they play games that they do, or business more like it, right? I have a little bit of a background when it comes down to that, working in writing, working in Fortune 500 companies, and also running my channel the way that I ran it. Not saying that I'm better than anybody else. I'm not better than anybody else, but I do have a little bit more of a logical take and research things a little bit more than some of these other people. So I think that my take can be a bit more balanced when it comes to a lot of different things, because once again, I do understand the business side of things, and I understand both sides. Not 100%, but I understand, you know, consumer side. I'm a consumer. I'm going to always advocate for that. But then I also understand, okay, well, here's what's going on this side of things too. So yeah. But once again, everybody's entitled to their opinion. That's what YouTube was made for. YouTube was not made for people to have very critical analysis and know everything. It was made to just put out your opinions. And even if it's wrong, it's okay, right? So I'm not, you know, like I said, at the end of the day, they're still, you know, my fellow, I guess, peers or not. I don't really think of me as that way, but they're still fellow content creators. So I'm not going to knock them too much outside of, like, you know, some of the stuff that they say is obviously false or incorrect. But yeah, like I said, nobody's perfect. So it is what it is, right? So yeah. I hope we get a lot of strategy builder games in Switch 2 as a mouse. Yeah, I think that'd be good, Daniel, for sure. Apparently even more ridiculous stuff before. Yeah, once again, guys, I don't really care. People can wear whatever they want. People can do whatever they want on their stream. I mean, the only reason why people are bringing it up, obviously, because they've said stuff about me, which is fine. Once again, if they are watching, the debate is, I'll extend the debate once again. If people, you know, bootlickers, shill, I would love for them to come prove it. I'm willing to pay as well. So if they've got, you know, actual stuff that I've said that's so bad, or that's not logical, if it's anything illogical, that's what usually bootlickers and shills and fanboys do. They're illogical with their defense or with what they say about Nintendo. If I've said anything illogical on my videos or in my streams that just completely illogical, feel free to come through. I've opened up the debate lanes for anybody to come through live and talk with me. And they've all said no, that nobody's actually agreed. So I don't know, if I was calling somebody names profusely on the internet, in videos or in live streams, and they challenged me to come on their channel, if I was pretty sure about what that person is, I wouldn't run away scared. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't run away scared. Like, my parents taught me to be a man, that if you have a problem with someone, and if you're going to be adamant, and if you're going to voice it, that you should confront them in person, or you should confront them man to man. That's how I was taught. But obviously, a lot of these content creators were not taught. They were not raised with the same values as I was, you know. So, but yeah, the invitation's out there to these people. So if they want to come on, we can talk. We can do dual stream. I don't care. Feel free, if they know more about Nintendo, or if I'm just stupid and I'm just shilling and bootlicking and all that. I'm free to. I'm opening up the lanes. Come through. You can DM me. You can talk to me. You can tweet at me. You can come through in the chat and let me know, and we can set something up. So, once again, that's how confident I am in my information that I'm giving to you guys. I'm pretty confident in it. So yeah. So it's there. Is it true that Nintendo is not going to give Switch 2 to journalists? They're gonna give them to journalists. It's just the reviews aren't going to be ready for day one. Let's see here. Once again, thinking they'll come debate is giving them too much credit. They'd rather stay in their echo chamber rather than debating. It's bread and butter. Yeah, and it's okay. That's fine by me. That's how I feel. Like I said, I have a moral compass. A lot of these people don't necessarily have one when it comes to what they say. But that's why I feel pretty good. That's why I don't care what subscriber count you have. If you say something about me or higher or lower, I'm not afraid of anybody, you know? Justin with the 3.
What game that has been revealed for the Switch 2? Do you think will surprise you? I'm hoping Rune Factory surprises me.
Yeah, Rune Factory is probably gonna. I'm hoping that game surprises me as well. That's a good pick. I think Daemon X Machina, Titanic Scion. I'm looking forward to seeing how that actually is as well, because those games are brand new. You know, they're not ports of games that we've already or at least games that we've already played on other systems or already released on other systems. So yeah, Daemon X Machina, Titanic Scion. I'm looking to see the improvements over the first game, because the first game, brand new IP. I want to see what they do for the next game. You know, shout outs though. Thank you so much, Justin, with another $3 dono. Appreciate that. What's up, OJ? Watching you on my new OLED. I must say you look marvelous. Did you get the post I sent you on X? Crazy stuff. Yeah, I tweeted about that on Twitter as well. Before you sent me that post, I actually tweeted on it. But yeah. So yeah, OJ, you've seen some pictures of the new Nintendo store. Your son would probably love that store. Oh, my boy's a baby, but yeah, I mean, I bet. But yeah, I've seen some pictures. It looks really good. It looks nice. Let's see, people with higher sub count talking about you in any light is good. Nobody with the higher sub count actually talks about me, though. That's the thing. Outside of Nintendo Life. Well, Nintendo Life didn't talk about me. They sent me some very passively aggressive emails and then spoke about me, subtweeting me on Blue Sky and stuff like that. So they kind of didn't mention my name directly at anything public, but and they never mentioned my name on their channels. But yeah, their employees subtweeted me and tried to throw shade on Blue Sky, and also very passive aggressively emailed me. But no, I haven't really had anybody recent. No. But like I said, there's nothing that I've said that's so outrageous. It's only people looking at clout chase or a form of clout chasing. But there's nothing that I've said that is outrageous that would cause the concern for any bigger content creator to talk about me. There's not really anything that I've said. You can go look at my streams. What have I said? It's only people looking at clout chase, and because that's what they do for content.
Showing love. Man,
Juice Man Vaughn.
I've been having so much fun trashing these dudes on Twitter with their dumb Switch 2 take. Once it hits June 5th, the hate will kick into overdrive.
Yeah.
So I hope everyone is ready.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be great.
It's gonna be really good, man. I'm looking forward to the people, the salt though, and the cope once, like Switch 1, where people were buying the system and it was selling really well, and people were so angry that it was doing well. I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that too. It's gonna be fun. But yeah, I see you, Juice Man Vaughn. You're definitely roasting these guys. You're definitely roasting these guys quite a bit. Why is Switch 1 using a Switch 1 cartridge? Rune Factory is not using a Switch 1 cartridge. Rune Factory is using a Switch 2 cartridge that somehow works on Switch 1. So it's using a dual or a hybrid card. I don't know exactly what it's using, but no, Switch 1 cartridges aren't actually Switch 1 you can't play a Switch 2 game on a Switch 1 cartridge. The Express, the cartridge, there needs to be some type of cartridge. But I'm pretty sure that you can put a Switch 1 game on a Switch 2 cartridge, if that makes any sense, because of the backwards compatibility. So yeah, it's not a Switch 1 cartridge. It definitely is a Switch 2 cartridge. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fast enough read speeds to play off of it on the Switch 2. In terms of a Switch 2 game. So yeah. Excuse me. Also, how do you know already won without debating? When these Switch 2 haters do start name calling, even go personal attack. Yeah, that's fine too. I actually don't mind the personal attacks are fine by me. If I invite to what's it called? If I invite to a discussion or a debate and they don't want to, but they're willing to just sit back and call me names, that already shows that and it doesn't even about who won or not. Like, go back and look at anything that I've said, right? Before the Switch launched, Switch 2 launched, what did I say about people on the internet? Okay? Once the pre-orders came out before it, what did I say? Once the situation that came out with Japanese and third-party developers, what did I say? Everything that I said, even dating back to right before the Switch 1 launched, about Nintendo this generation being the make or break for third party. Nintendo needs a whole generation to actually build that back up. Like, literally, it's in my explaining third party support video. Party Man and some of you guys that were here back then, if you haven't seen that video, go watch it, because people were talking about, like, people called me shill and damage controlling then, but literally everything that I said about Switch 1, that if it sells well, which I think it will, third party support, what's going to happen, the shift in Japan, like, I talked about the shift in Japan years before it actually happened, like before the Switch 1 even came out. I talked about that, and Japanese developers needing to more lean probably on Switch 2 or like the Switch branding going forward. All of the things that I said based off of analytics, based off of me looking at the market, has happened. So I don't really need to, you know, defend myself in that type of way. Like, it's what's happened has happened. What's happening has been happening, and I've been at the forefront of that. Haven't gotten everything right. There's some things that I've definitely gotten wrong, you know, which I've owned up to. The stuff that I have gotten wrong, I own up to the stuff like that. But most of the stuff I've been correct on, you know, so it's been okay for me. Let's see here. I don't think that's how it works on Switch 1. Switch 2 cards technically can't be slotted into Switch 1. Well, what they said is that, yeah, they said that it boots the game that you're playing, right? So for Switch 2, they said that if you're playing the game on Switch 2, it'll be the Switch 2 version. If you're playing the game on Switch 1, it'll be the Switch 1 version. I'll know which one. So I'm not sure how they're getting it done. I thought it's a Switch 2 cartridge. I don't know how they're gonna, or do you just no, you don't download the game, because they said that it's a you can play the game off the cartridge. So I'm not even sure. Maybe I don't know how it would be a Switch 1 cartridge. Maybe the form factor is a Switch 1 game, but then it actually is a Switch 2 game. I don't even know how it works, I'll be honest. Hit that like button, though. If you haven't hit that like button, hit that like button. Shout outs, though, guys. Yeah, Switch 2 editions are Switch 2 cards. And at least for Room Factory, also play Switch 1 version if inserted into the Switch. Yeah, I don't know how it is. I think maybe the cartridge actually indicates what type of game it is, right? If it's a Switch 1 game or a Switch 2 game. So, can you insert a DS cartridge into a 3DS? Like, into the 3DS slot? Like a DS cartridge?
Diddy Kong is done with probation, it seems. Lol.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You can't insert a 3DS cartridge into a DS slot. Yeah, you can't do that. But maybe they actually made it to where you could. Shout outs, though. Justin says Diddy Kong is done with probation, it seems. Yes, Diddy Kong is done. He is out here. He is ready to go. Diddy Kong's out, man. Isn't Room Factory game keycard in Japan? I could be wrong. I'm not sure. It might be, but in the US it's a actual physical game. They said that Switch reads the Switch version, but the Switch 2 detects it as a Switch 2 cart due to the corner. Okay. So yeah, we'll see once it comes out, right? We'll see once it comes out. Shout out to Jackson. Thanks for showing up today, man. I appreciate you, fam. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to Jackson. Jackson's been a long time Elite Ninja. He's pre-Great Ninja War. He's website. Shout out to Jackson, man. I appreciate you though, fam. Seriously. Appreciate the long time viewership. Sticking with my boneheadedness for so long. Yeah, oh yeah, I know that you watch, but thank you for actually commenting. And I don't want to like make you feel pressured to comment. If you want to lurk, I know you watch, right? I'm just like I already know that you watch stuff. But yeah, thank you for commenting as well. It's always good to see your face in chat, pop up. Give your knowledge as well, because I know you follow things very carefully. So yeah. Says, yeah, the cartridges will work on Switch. Why didn't Bravely Default do that? Bravely Default what? The HD remaster? Yeah, they didn't want to pay for the cartridge because if it's based off the rumors at least, only 64 gigabyte cartridges would be available for that game. It's 11 gigabytes. So they didn't want to pay for a 64 gigabyte cartridge. So that's the reason why. Let's see here. About third party is funny. Many move the goalposts and say Switch 1 still lacks Western AAA games, but then also say Nintendo fanboys, you're welcome for Switch third-party support. Once again, small minority on the internet that are saying stuff like that, which is fine. Bro, can't wait to finally play CP 2077. Ooh, that abbreviation is not good. That's not. Even though I know it's your I know. Cyberpunk 2077. My mind just hit a sorry. Yeah, Cyberpunk 2077. Yes. I'm excited for it too.
Are we going to watch the Cyberpunk new footage?
Yes, we can watch the Cyberpunk new footage. Yes, we can. Sorry, my brain just halted for just a second. I'm like, wait a minute. That's okay. Hold up. No, we're good. Yeah. Yeah, I know that you didn't mean that. Like I said, it's just I watched the video with Tim Tebow the other day. And it really pissed me off. I don't know if you guys saw this video about offenders in the US, and Tim Tebow gave this other guy like a red dot of all the people that are doing insanely disgusting things. I don't want to go into it too much, but it was on my mind because I watched that video yesterday, and I've been thinking about it, and I've been thinking about, you know, just that and how terrible that is. So when I saw that, it just, like I said, it just triggered real quick. But yeah, no, you're good, man. You didn't do anything wrong, of course. Yeah, let's watch that Cyberpunk video, shall we? Let's get my mind off that for a second. They couldn't just put it on Switch 1 Bravely Default. Yeah, the game they could have, but I'm not sure what the development of 3DS games is very weird. So maybe they wanted to use the overhead of the Switch 2 in order to get that game done. But sure, they could have done it, put it on Switch 1. If they wanted to, but I'm not sure. Like I said, 3DS games are a little bit different in terms of things having much more powerful overhead to emulate and to do a 3DS game. So it probably would be a much better game or easier port or easier whatever on Switch 2 than Switch 1. Even with the 3DS game. Cyberpunk. Where is that footage though, Justin? Do you know where that footage is that we can watch of Cyberpunk 2077? That new footage? I don't know where that footage is. So, because it's like Japanese, right? I saw that it's like Japanese. Somebody from Japan. But I have it in my history, I think. So let me double. Oh yeah, I found it. Alright, here we go. So, let's just put it at 1080p 60. I don't know where this footage came from. It's Japanese, obviously. A YouTuber maybe played it. That's actually like the game's in Japanese. It's the Japanese version of the game, right? Because it's got the text right here. I think we got. They said something about 40 frames per second. Maybe Switch 2 haters Steam Deck unease with it. What Cyberpunk did? Yeah. This is also YouTube compression as well, so got to deal with YouTube compression. Oh, Nintendo just dropped the video. Killer Instinct Gold going to NSO. Oh, that's nice. Killer Instinct Gold's a great game. Got two guys with the same hairstyle right next to each other. Same hair coloring and everything. Yo. The Japanese voice acting's lit.
こっちも大変だったんだぞ。お前はゴミ捨て場で目覚め、俺はお前の頭の中で目覚めた。お前の思考や記憶と格闘しながらな。それにこの間の後、冷静になって考えたんだ。
Jotaro, maybe.
俺たちは互いに助け合えるはずだ。まずはローグに会いに行こう。あいつとは昔馴染みみてえなもんだ。
They didn't want to pay for the cartridge. Switch crutch. Let me just get this out of the way. If there's not a cartridge, guys, if it's not on a physical, they didn't want to pay for it. That is the start. There is no extra analysis that YouTube, they didn't want to pay for it. That is the answer every single time. Why isn't this on there? They didn't want to pay for it. That is it. Like, so that's it. You don't have to ask. It's just they didn't want to pay for it. That is the answer for every single one. They didn't want to pay for it. That's it.
お前のことなんか忘れてるに決まってる。
俺は伝説になった。忘れることなんかできねえよ。
そもそもお前がローグの知り合いだからなんだ。会いに行って俺の脳腫瘍が挨拶したがってますとでも言うのか。
心配すんな。ローグはもっと馬鹿げた話を散々聞いてきてる。
Yeah, 30 frames per second quality mode, 40 frames per second performance mode, which we already knew that. That's what CD Projekt Red said, but we have to wait for tests, obviously. Yeah, I already read that, Minato. You already put that on there. That's the second time that you put that, so yeah, I saw it. We're gonna have better footage to compare this to, right? Like, oh, look at that explosion. Justin with the 3.
After this, can we get some Killer Instinct music? I played it all the time on the N64.
Absolutely. No, you're okay, Minato. I already responded to your comment though. I mean, it looks smooth from here. Obviously, 60 frames would be better. But I don't know if they're playing it in portable mode or docked, right? I think it's in... I really wish this game was in third person. I'd be so much more excited to play if it was in third person. What's up, Christopher Lenton? Because honestly, this looks all pretty good and it's Switch 2. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Switch 2. Edge runners. So that's just thank you for another $3 dono, man. We'll get your music going in just a bit. Okay, well, there we go. That's it. Yeah, look good. Like I said, the combat looks great. You know, it doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad at all. I thought it looked pretty good. Once again, it's not like the highest PC, but like for what it is, it's fine. Seems like. So yeah, let's check out this new trailer from Nintendo for Killer Instinct, and then we're gonna get your music, Justin. I appreciate that. So let's see here. Killer Instinct, or actually wait, no, Nintendo. We gotta get that. Yeah, I'm looking for, dude. It just makes me more excited to play because once again, Cyberpunk is not a game like. That's like, oh man, it's so low budget or anything like that. It's a pretty big game, and it looks like. Let's just do this. I guess we can do this. Like, the quality of Cyberpunk compared to what you saw, compared to like, let's just say PS4, Xbox One, the quality of that and how it is on Switch 2 is significantly better than the quality of, let's just say, Doom 2016, since that wasn't a port or a remaster of a PS3 or 360 game like Skyrim. So the quality of how Doom looked in comparison to on Switch in comparison to PS4 or Xbox One.
I have to see it in person. I pre-ordered Cyberpunk again physical.
Oh yeah, I gotta just support the physical game. So yeah, I'm gonna be picking up Cyberpunk as well. But the quality, Justin, thank you for another $3, man. Appreciate the large support here. The quality of Doom to Doom 2016 from Switch 1 to PS4, Xbox One, compared to, let's just say, Cyberpunk on PS4, Xbox One, or PS5, Xbox Series, it's a better comparison. Like, the gap is not as large from a graphical perspective. Now, frame rate, obviously, there, but Doom, it was graphics and it was frame rate. It was like, it was a pretty noticeable, like, large step back from consoles, right? With Switch 1. That gap isn't as large with Cyberpunk. So, like let's just say, like, the most graphically intense game at the launch of the Switch, right? Or what we've gotten so far, which would be probably Cyberpunk, because it's an open world. It's an open world, you know, first-person game with all sorts of stuff going on. That is better than what we saw with Doom 2016 and, like, the gap. So, that's the good news. That's the good thing. Shout outs to Justin, though, man. I appreciate you. Let's get this Killer Instinct trailer, though. And then we're going to get your music going as well. And Cybertorch with the $5 dono as well. Let's go.
I love the cross save too on Cyberpunk 2077 because I can play it on the Switch too wherever and pick it up my save on PS5 too. I pre-ordered the physical edition too. You need to have that satisfying click of the cart going in.
I think that the good thing about this is, yeah, the cross save is good. So this is like, I don't even understand why people would be upset. Like, even if you think it's not that great, like, you can't play your PS5 version anywhere else unless you have a portal and it has to go through the internet. So this is actually a good thing for, like, the game itself. So if you ever do end up getting a Switch 2, you know, even if that's not your main system, you can play Cyberpunk on the go. And it's going to be on the Switch 2 system. It's going to be at 40 frames per second performance mode, right? Or at least they're going to target that. So it's going to actually be a pretty good portable experience if they can hit that 40 frames per second consistently. I don't know if they're going to be able to. I think it's probably going to waver a bit. But if they can get that 30 to 40 frames, that's going to be comparable to what we see with other portable PCs, or comparable to, like I said, a handheld experience. Unless you have, like, I don't know, maybe like the new ROG Ally 2 or something, or ROG Ally X, maybe you might get something better from there. But even then, once again, that you're going to have to spend quite a pretty penny to get that. So yeah. So it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Let's see here. Let's get this Killer Instinct Gold. Killer Instinct Gold. Let's go. Combo Breaker! Combo Breaker! Ultra Combo! Ultra Combo! Killer Instinct. Fight on. Oh, man. That music. Oh, we gotta watch this again, man. That trailer was lit. Oh, wait, I missed the beginning. Hold up. Yeah. Music's great. I used to think these graphics were so incredible back in the day. I think they were like JPEGs in the background for the most part. Ultra Combo! Fight Ultra! I used to yell in my room. I used to yell in my room back in the day with Killer Instinct, man. Whenever you get like Ultra Combo and all that. It was so cool. It was so cool. I love me some Killer Instinct. I don't know how much I'm gonna play it though. I'll be honest, just because I played it so much back then. I don't know if I'm gonna be playing it like crazy, but I'll definitely check it out. I'll definitely check it out for sure. Yeah, the dude screams his lungs off, man. The dude's just, Ultra! Oh, whoa! Oh, yeah, that announcer's lit, man. That announcer's lit. Shout out to Cyber Taurus. Thank you so much for the $5 dono on top of that. We are killing it today. Thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to Cyber Taurus and Justin as well. Appreciate you guys. Does Microsoft own KI now? Microsoft has owned KI for almost 25 years now. Microsoft has owned Killer Instinct for decades at this point. I'm sorry, Jake Guerrero. Yeah, Microsoft owns Killer Instinct. Let me get this music going here. They purchased Rare back in 2001, I think. So yeah, 24 years they've owned KI. I know that. Oh yeah, of course. No problem. Kevin with the dollar dono. What's up, OJ? Do you think that we'll get a remake of Chip and Dale on the NES for the Switch 1 and 2? Can I get any music from Shining Tears? Chip and Dale. I don't know if we're gonna get a remake from there. I'm not sure about that. Killer Instinct music. All right, let's get some Killer Instinct music going. Get the main theme. Main theme's always good. KI 2013 coming too. I'm telling you. KI 2013 would be great. I'd actually think I might probably play that. If there was a fighting game that I'd want to actually play and get into, that's not Nintendo's like Smash Brothers or Pokken Tournament, it would be Killer Instinct. That would be the game that I'd probably. I just didn't feel like. It's not that I mean I checked it out on Xbox, but I just didn't feel like playing on there. You know, not that like I said it was bad or anything. I didn't feel like waiting for the seasons and all that. And I know that after eventually they got all the seasons and everything on there, and the online play's great on there. But if there was actually a game, you know, like a fighting game outside of what I usually play that I'd want to get into, it'd probably be Killer Instinct, you know? So, yeah. I had the Killer Cut CD as a kid, so good. Yeah, it was really good. Don't forget Capcom SK and Power Stone launch tomorrow. Capcom Fighting Collection 2. Yes, yeah, Capcom Fighting Collection 2. I'll be picking that up at some point. Shout out to Kevin though. Thank you for the dollar dono. Appreciate that. Hit that like button too, guys. If you have not hit that like button, hit that like button as well. We can also talk about the whole situation with the Nintendo Switch, where what's it called? Media might not be getting system, you know, ahead of time. So I saw Nate the Hates tweet on this, and he said that why are people celebrating this? And I think you probably saw my tweet where I talked about that as well. And maybe he probably disagreed with what I said. I mean, and I didn't really say anything. I just made a joke about it, you know? I didn't really say like, oh, this is good news. All I said about it was, you know, all I said was I just made a joke like with the whole, like that. I just made that joke. That's all I said, you know? So that's it. I just said that. My tweet was Switch 2. So basically what's happening here, Switch 2 is getting a significant day one patch. So journalists will not get Switch 2s for review until just before the launch. Just before. So right before the launch. Due to a massive day one patch, claims the game business. Notably, a recent video on Nintendo Today showed off a Switch 2 running firmware 20.1.0. The Switch 1's latest firmware is 20.0.0. So apparently that's wouldn't 21 be a massive patch? But I guess, yeah, that's a big enough patch. So essentially, you know, some outlets were complaining about having to cover Summer Games Fest and the Switch 2 so close. So they're going to be, you know, overloaded with work. So yeah, I mean, yeah. So I said my take was me making a little joke, pointing and smiling and saying, too bad, so sad. So I guess some people took offense to that. And the reason why I said that is because, guys, while I do cover legacy media, I do cover, you know, online websites and stuff like that, my attitude and my thoughts towards a lot of these journalists, these people, have soured to the point to where, one, I cover stuff too, and why should I care that they don't get their units before, like, me? The fact that they're even getting one, that's fine. You know, obviously I don't care if they get one for free or not. That's irrelevant. They're media. They should get one. But I don't think I care if they get the pre-launch coverage. And some people are saying, oh, well, what about the hype? And what about the users who want to know about the games? I mean, people are already buying the system anyway. In my opinion, a system, you should not wait for a system review whether you're going to get the system or not. For example, what about the freaking Red Ring of Death? Could nobody at the launch that got a system for the Red Ring of Death knew that that was what was going to happen? You know what I'm saying? Nobody, from what I remember, there was no Red Ring of Death on day one. Maybe there was for some people, but for me, there was not. That was not in any of the review units for the Xbox 360. Same thing for Yellow Light of Death for the PS3. That was not in any of the review units. So, if you're gonna base your decision on a review on the day one, you're what? Now, when it comes to the games, I understand that, right? Like getting coverage of Mario Kart World or getting coverage of, Cyberpunk and how the games run. Like, I get that, but for the most part, people have bought the bundle for Mario Kart. It's Mario Kart. If you want the game, you're not going to wait for a reviewer to tell you. And if you are, that's fine. Then you can wait. If you have to wait for a reviewer to tell you, then that's fine. But there's going to be plenty of pre-launch coverage. There's going to be pre-launch footage. There's going to be trailers. There's going to be videos. We just saw the Cyberpunk video, right? So there's going to be footage and coverage beforehand. But if you have to wait for some arbitrary number on a video game of games that are actually already out, that are like Split Fiction or whatever, we're going to see footage of them running and see how good or bad it runs. Like, there's going to be plenty of footage of that before the launch. Now, like I said, if you have to wait for a review, then wait. But I don't think that's going to significantly contribute to people all of a sudden rushing out and going and buying it. People who want the system are going to get the system. They're not going to wait for that. Now, obviously, for the expanded audience, that would be maybe where reviews and other stuff play a part. But the expanded audience isn't going to buy it day one like that. It's just going to be the core gamers. The expanded audience will buy it through word of mouth, will buy it through the reviews that they watch later. They'll buy it through that, or people that are skeptical. If you're skeptical, you're not buying it day one. You're just going to wait. So not having it a day or 2 days before the launch, that doesn't matter for most people, for most people right now at this point. So once again, I wasn't celebrating it. I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that, because like what Nate said, but why should I care? I don't care if they don't get it beforehand. Oh, well.
I already pre-ordered 2 Switch 2. It's too late for review for me.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't... It's not, like, a big deal for me. And it does put me on equal footing with some of these other people, because they're getting it right before. So maybe some can pull all-nighters, pull an all-nighter. Spend 10 hours, or spend 15 hours getting whatever ready, right? Getting it ready for the launch. Listen, I've worked super long shifts to get something done. When you work this business, sometimes you gotta spend way longer. When there's E3 or when there's, whatever, I've had to be a one-man team. I've had to be the cameraman. I've had to drive to Los Angeles. I've had to film all day. I've been working all day. So sometimes when there's something important going on, and if there's multiple other things, you gotta work a lot harder than usual. So yeah, and if you gotta cover Summer Games Fest, open up the pocketbook. Hire somebody else to cover Summer Games Fest for you. Open it up. IGN, all these people, open it up. If it's that important to you, pay up. Just like I said, I gotta hire an editor. I might need to get one. It's because things are getting to the point to where there's a lot of work to be done. So I'm not gonna sit here and, am I supposed to feel sorry for them? It ain't gonna benefit the launch anymore with a bunch of websites that talk. It could, but not really, because the system's already people are already gonna buy it like crazy. So first impressions videos are gonna go out. People are gonna get early units. Like, that stuff's gonna be there. And once again, if you're skeptical, if you don't know, like, that launch week, it's gonna be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Remember, it launches on a Thursday. Really, people are gonna be getting their units on Wednesday. So you're gonna get footage and all that for that whole week. There's gonna be plenty of content, plenty of stuff. Once again, it's Summer Games Fest as well, but yeah. I'm not going to be sitting here and like trip about it, but people are celebrating it because people are tired of journalists. People are tired of video game journalists. Like, they really are. Like, that's why. I'm not saying that I am. I'm just saying that's the reason why people were celebrating it. I don't agree with that. And I didn't put my thing out to say, oh, hell yeah. Nah. I just said, too bad, so sad. I just said I don't care. That was really what it was, I don't care if they get their units before launch or not. It doesn't matter. I didn't celebrate it. I just said too bad, so sad, and smiled and made a joke. it's not even a celebration. It's just, okay, definitely you want to have as much launch coverage as possible, but, you know, they're going to have to bust it a little bit to get the coverage ready to go, okay? This is what it is, you know? Like I said, I think once again, I think it's part of me just being, I always bring this up, and I'll get these donos in just a bit, me just being an athlete. Bro, we have all sorts of scenarios, man, like where you're playing in a game and something happens that you didn't expect it. Okay, you got to adjust.
Also, I'm working my butt off doing manual labor, and they're complaining about having to work extra. Sorry, but I'm out of cares.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not, I don't feel any sympathy towards these people. They don't care about me. They don't, shout outs to IGN. They've invited me on the show, but I've not gotten any invites from any of these media outlets. I haven't gotten any invites. They haven't reached out to me. They don't care about me or my coverage. So why should I care about them? I don't. I'll cover what they say, but am I supposed to care? No. They haven't reached out to me for anything. Shout outs to IGN. IGN did reach out to me. So shout outs to IGN. I'll respect them a little bit. A little bit. No, I'll respect the Per Snyder, Brian Altano, and Casey. I'll respect those three at IGN. Those are the three that I respect. I respect them. But yeah, I don't care about all the other outlets. Why should I care about Nintendo Life? Why should I care? Why should I care about these other places? I don't. So yeah, they don't know about me or care about me, and I cover games too. So, oh well, too bad, so sad. Sorry to hear about it. You know, that's basically what my response was, but I don't care. Shout outs to Gaming Mariner with the $5. Did you pick up Doom the Dark Ages today, OJ? No. Anyone else in the chat get it? Hype, please play some Doom music, sir. I will. I'll play some Doom music for you, but yeah, I did not. I'm done with Doom. I'm not gonna play the games anymore. I'll buy it though at some point. I always buy the Doom games. I'll buy it at some point, but I don't know if I'm gonna play it. But I'll buy it. I'll definitely buy it. Doom the Dark. How about some Doom 2016 music? Doom 2016 music. Also, shout outs to Poke. Was it Poke? UFO says, I'm not skeptical. I just paid off the Switch 2 at GameStop. I wish all dearly want the Switch 2 to succeed in their endeavors. There you go. I agree. Shout outs to Poke or Poke. I said good because I simply don't care. I had to work extra bunch this week. Get over it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's one of those things. Like, it's not worth like, oh, cry, like, oh, sympathy. It's like, it's not that big of a deal. Nobody got shot. You know, Ricky Purcell for the 49ers. He got shot before the season. You guys hear about that? I was upset about that. That's what makes me upset. This man, brand new 49ers draft pick, okay? And people and I'm sad for anybody that gets shot. Obviously, if I hear about it, it's bad. You guys know how I feel about gun violence. He got shot right before the season. I feel bad for that. I don't feel bad for people having to work a little bit harder and overlapping coverage. Okay, then get it done. I have my own businesses, and yeah, you got to work hard. Sometimes unexpected things happen. It happens. I'm not gonna feel bad, and it doesn't change how anyone's gonna truly feel about the Switch 2. The reviews are gonna come out. When they do come out, there's gonna be a lot of coverage. All people have been talking about for the past years has been Switch 2, even before the system was revealed. All the clickbait, everyone's shifted to making either clickbait videos on Switch 2, videos on Switch 2, talking about Switch 2, articles on Switch 2. PC Gamer won't shut the hell up about Switch 2, and it's not a PC. It is a console. They will not shut up about it. They consistently make videos. Everyone's talking about it, good or bad, negative or positive. Everyone's talking about it regardless. So the review a couple days before, or the review the day of or after, what does it matter? Like, people are gonna talk about it like crazy regardless. Same thing with Switch 1. Switch 1 throughout the whole life, whether it was positive or negative, people were constantly talking about it. The whole gen. Whether it got a game or it didn't, or this or that. Like, bro, I'm not feeling sorry for anyone. And it's not necessarily, like I said, it's not even like it's a really cheering on thing. I don't care, you know? So yeah. So it says, yeah, Shouting Chest could have died. Yeah, missed half the season. That's what I'm saying. Like, so I feel bad for stuff like that. I don't feel bad for a journalist have to work a little bit harder because the overlap of Switch 2 and that, oh well, you know? So yeah. That's my thought, at least. Like I said, I'm not trying to hate on them or nothing. But it is It is what it is, man. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Let's see. The only person with the name Paris that OJ respects. The only person with the name Paris that OJ respects. What? Paris, that guy from, you talk about Paris, the Xbox dude? Hey, what's up, Jumpmon? You didn't miss anything. We're just chilling. Switch 2 is bigger than Summer Games. Switch 2 is way bigger than Summer Games Fest. Like, because it's the launch of a new system. It's the launch of first-party games, or it's the launch of Nintendo's content. So, yeah, that's definitely more important. See, the only thing I feel bad for the devs of the games who hope the reviews would be ready day one. Other than that, don't bother me. The reviews being ready day one or not doesn't really matter. All of the games, in terms of things goes, the games have already been revealed. Most people that are buying games, they're not waiting for reviews whether to buy the game or not. They're already picking up what they're going to pick up. And even if they don't pick it up right then in launch day, they'll pick it up once the review comes out. If you got to rely upon a review, you know? So I don't really think it's even really like a situation or an issue at this point. Because once again, those reviews will be ready. They will be ready. Like, they will be ready that week. So developers don't have to worry about that, in my opinion. Like, if you're getting a Switch 2 launch week and you're waiting on a review, then wait on the review. Like, if that's what's going to be the opening factor of you buying the game or not, then your sale is delayed, what, a couple days? That's all it is. If you were worried about a review beforehand, like if you're a developer and the review was going to come before the launch, and now you got to wait till after the launch for you to get your sale, it doesn't matter. The sale is delayed, what, a week? If for the people that were actually relying upon reviews to buy a game. So to me, it doesn't really matter. A lot of the games that are coming out at launch are ports of existing games. So if you like that game on other platforms, all you got to see if it runs well or not. The reviews, a lot of the reviews or what the game is already out there. All you got to do really determine is if the game runs well or not. That's it. So Cyberpunk review is already out. Phantom Liberty review is already out. So if you liked what the other versions, like what was said in those other reviews, then it's just a matter of if the game runs well or not. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think it really matters too much, because most of the games that are out are ports of games that we already have at launch. At launch. Not every game, but most of the games. Like Split Fiction. If you like Split Fiction, go read the review for PS5 and Xbox Series, and then just wait to see if the footage runs good. You know what I'm saying? That's all you got to do. But I see what you're saying for sure, though. Like, I see what you're saying. Let's see here. Are you still playing Expedition 33, OJ? Yes, I am. I'm near the end. I'm doing some last bit of side quests, and then I'm gonna go beat the game. So I might have the game beat this weekend. I understand that. I agree. That's what I'm saying. I feel bad for everyone. For them, it's nothing burger. Yeah. OJ, is it appropriate to ask your opinion on your friend of yours? Ask an opinion on your friend of yours, RGT. Sure. Go ahead. What's up, Switch Star Gaming? People are gonna get it regardless. Mario for president. Hey, Mario for president. We out here. Mamma mia, I'm running. Change. Hope. Make pizza great again. All right, let's see here. The Great Wah says Switch 2. Okay, yeah, bigger. Mixed Sloan says if they are competent, they already have written 50% of their review anyway. That's true. All they gotta do is just hit the publish button. Most of them is probably written off what they want to say anyway when it comes down to it, you know. So yeah. Or make lasagna great again. Switch 3 already being talked about, probably. Switch 3 actually is already being talked about. I've seen a video, or I saw someone talk about a video about Switch 3, about what they're going to be doing for Switch 3, which is crazy. But yeah, probably Nintendo's had like, yeah, what are we going to do for like the next system or the next thing? I think you named someone from IGN with the name Paris that respects you. It was making a joke, but about that, okay, yeah, that was a very weird joke. I said Pear Snyder, not Paris. I said Pear Snyder. His name is Pear Snyder. He's awesome. He's awesome. He wanted me to work at IGN back in 2018, but I did decline. But they wanted me to interview for the job, but I think I would have got it because I know Pear. I think I would have got the job because I know Pear Snyder. So he likes my work, and they've had me on a couple times on their show. So they're the only major outlet that has had me on. Well, outside of, Nintendo's had me on their show before for like Nintendo Minute. Kit and Krista, they're awesome. They've had me on. But yeah. So shout outs to Pear Snyder. Like I said, listen, IGN, I'll always have, like, I'll never completely dookie on IGN. Because if it wasn't for IGN, I don't think I'd even, like, IGN was, like, instrumental until, for, like, me even getting into covering games. Back when they were at N64.com, you know? So, I'll never completely dookie on IGN. They've got good people that work there. Brian Altano's great, once again. Paris Snyder's great. Casey's great. They've got good people. There's just some things that are corny. But, once again, everything about me is not perfect either. So, I ain't gonna sit here and act like I'm perfect. And I'm just one person. So, running a thing like IGN, something as big as IGN, a conglomerate at this point, right? That's tough. It's not easy to do. So yeah. I won't acknowledge a game's existence without reviews. Please think of the journalists. Shaking my head. Please think of them. So yeah. Centennial Prime tweeting yesterday about Switch Pro. Switch 2 Pro? Digital Foundry has already talked about hardware refresh. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense though. Nintendo's probably gonna do they're probably gonna do like a Switch 2 Pro. Probably. At some point. Or like a revision or like something. Like because they always do. Nintendo always does. Like with anything that's a portable system, they kinda always do. So yeah. I expect that as well. I expect it as well. I just don't know. If that's gonna be something that when it's gonna happen. I think when is that gonna happen is the big thing, you know? So yeah. So that's that. We got Diddy Kong's redesign. You guys excited for Diddy Kong's redesign? Diddy Kong's revamp. New Diddy Kong. It's basically it's the same thing, but all they did was they changed his hat from I think he has a star on his hat now instead of Nintendo. And then they gave him teeth. And I think his shirt, the stars on his shirt are slightly different. A bit more furrier. But yeah, what else? You guys let me know. Here, it's kind of blurry, the image. So, yeah, here's the new Diddy Kong. This is the new Diddy Kong. This is the old Diddy Kong. So, yeah, teeth. Just like Donkey Kong has teeth now, so they gave him teeth. Because how can he bite without teeth? You need teeth. Monkey's got teeth, right? So the teeth. His tail. Slightly less curved on the tail. Or at least the picture shows it less curved. Yeah, his shirt. Change up on his shirt a little bit. Yeah. Eyes are a bit different. I mean, yeah. Barely. I mean, barely. Yeah. Ears are a bit smaller. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, huge redesign. I saw people saying, "Oh my god, it's redesign!" Like people on Twitter go nuts. Donkey Kong got a much bigger redesign, in my opinion. Donkey Kong's was way bigger. Fingers are thinner. I don't even know if his fingers are thinner, to be honest. It could just be the way that I don't know if this is size proportion like 100%, but it kind of looks like it is. But yeah, I don't know if they are. Anyway, here's the Diddy Kong. Redesign, or the updated model. I think this is more of an updated. Diddy Kong didn't get redesigned. I think this is an updated model. I don't think it's much of a redesign, to be honest. It's too close. So yeah. Yeah. This one has, and like they changed his outfit. The outfit, like where the stars are, like the type of star, like it's not. Looks like this is it's not filled in yellow, and like how big the star is like on his shirt. So it's also that. They also drew. This is weird. I'll get that done in just a bit. They drew more of the fur on his on his bottom area here compared to here. It looks like he just has like a big, like a more like a beer belly. but they actually balanced it more to, you know, make his belly be his belly, and then cut that off to his legs, compared to this, like, where it goes all the way down, right? So it makes it look like he has more like a beer belly or something, or like a big belly, whereas this one doesn't seem like as bad. It looks like it's more connected, like, with his legs, like the fur. So there's also that too. I just noticed that. There's probably other little things that you can notice too, if I actually cared enough. If I actually cared enough to notice it. But what is Nintendo everything, or My Nintendo News? They said features teeth, the removal of Nintendo logo from his baseball cap, and more defined fur. The image is very small, low quality, so we'll have to wait for the, yeah, exactly.
Nintendo has gone too far this time. It doesn't even look like the same Diddy. Lol,
I know,
JK.
seriously. Shoutouts to also Steven Sullivan with the $5 says, on Switch home menu, hold right on the D-pad till you get to a more software button. It plays Zelda jingle with background noises. Was that on the Nintendo Today app? I think they kind of revealed that on the Nintendo Today app. Nice. Shout out, Steven. Thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate that. Let's go. Yeah, man. Like, there you go. There's the Diddy redesign. There's the Diddy Kong redesign for all you peeps out there that are very excited for the Diddy Kong redesign. Oh man, very excited for the Diddy Kong redesign. Shoutouts. 222. Let's go. Combo breaks and further beyond. Let's get into some random Q&A, right? I think we can get into some random Q&A. Tag me at PlayerEssence, hashtag PlayerEssence. PlayerEssence by itself, more than happy to answer all of your beautiful, awesome, lovely Elite Ninja questions. Let's go. No, that's been on Switch since day one. Oh, I thought you were talking about Switch 2. On the home Switch. Okay, Switch. I thought you meant on Switch 2. Okay, nice. I didn't know that. I've never. That's how much time I spent on like the UI or like the home menu. I don't spend much time on there. What's up, the cool guy? I bet there's essay videos explaining why Nintendo should stop redesigning iconic characters. Maybe. Maybe. Chrono Trigger music is starting to get copyrighted for some reason, so I don't know why, so I can't play that. So we'll go ahead and go from here. Shout outs though. Appreciate Steven Sullivan. Thank you for that, dropping that knowledge of the Switch home screen. This is not my Diddy, says Yoshi Boomer. What's up, Arkham's Grim? Welcome. What's up, Switch Star Gaming? Shout outs, man. Cyberpunk has a new video out. It's in Japanese. Yeah, we did check it out. We checked that out. Jumpmon with the $5 says, now if dudes can stop bringing up the rapper when talking about Diddy Kong, now play some Sticker Brush Symphony. The rapper. Oh, okay. Diddy. Oh, P. Diddy. Oh my gosh. Yeah, P. Diddy. Okay. Sticker Brush Symphony. I was thinking, like, what did you talk about? The rapper? What are you talking about? Big love to Jumpmon. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Jumpmon with the huge support coming through. 229. Let's go. Combo breaks in the house. So yeah, let's keep the question. Digital Foundry Diddy analysis. The Diddy analysis. Shout out to Justin as well. Appreciate you, man. Thank you for the support, like always. Let's go. Well, to be fair, Biggie gave Puff today because of Diddy Kong. Did he? No, he didn't. Did he really? There's no way. That's gotta be fake. That's not real. That's definitely not. Oh my goodness. I still don't believe that. I still don't believe that's what I still don't believe that. Oh my gosh, I still don't. That just seems crazy that would be like the case, right? That just seems crazy. I refuse to believe that it's true. Just ask the question. Ask the question, World Renowned. You've said you've prepped it with two. Just ask the question. All of my homies, all of my friends know that people will talk about us in their streams. There are people that have said things about me in RGT's stream, and he answers the way that he wants to. People say all sorts of stuff in John's stream or in his chat. I get cooked, or I get people say stuff all the time. It's fine. We're content creators. We know how to handle it. RGT, he's a big boy. He'll be fine. He's a big guy. He can handle it. His bodyguard confirmed that in an interview. No, you're not frustrating me. Just put the question, and I got you. I'll answer to the best of my ability. You know what I'm saying? So you're not frustrating me. Just put it. Just put it. It's okay. We all have a mutual understanding. All of us do. Me, John, all of us. We have a mutual understanding of like how this ish works, you know? So we know how it works. We know how it is. All right. He already put it? Oh, he did? Where was it? I didn't see it. What was the question? I didn't see it. Yeah, there was a time period where you guys wouldn't shut the hell up about him. That one actually got kind of annoying. I'll be a little annoyed. Y'all would not shut up and let him have his freaking opinions, you know? Oh, man. So yeah. So it is what it is. Let's see here. You'll put. I didn't see the question. Hold on. Let me see if. Let me just click on your name. Channel activity. Okay. Okay. I see it here. Don't put it again. RGT very obviously pushes Trump talking politics in relation to tariffs markets. Pushes Trump talking points in relation to tariffs markets. He outright spreads misinformation under the guise of I'm just asking questions. Do you guys ever argue over his idiocy? I haven't seen all that stuff that he's talking about. Although the closest thing that we've got to about me arguing with him on that was on the Spawncast when he was trying to downplay a little bit. He was trying to downplay the tariff impact on the market. So that's about as far as it's went with me and him arguing on that. Once again, that's his opinion, you know, maybe, you know, I could see maybe how you're interpreting that. And maybe that's the case. Maybe that's how he feels. I mean, he's entitled to his opinion, right? He's entitled to that. But yeah, I mean, obviously I disagree. We don't ever argue about it. Like, we don't ever talk behind his back and argue about stuff like that. No, we don't do that. But I definitely disagreed with him on, like, so if you watch the most recent Spawncast, that'd be like the closest thing that you'd get to what you're talking about here. I don't know about agreeing with all the talking points and, you know, Trump stuff, but he definitely seemed like he was downplaying the impact of tariffs on the prices, and it was more just about companies wanting to be greedy or companies just wanting more money, you know, which is fine. Once again, that's his opinion. Like, we don't, maybe he's right about that, but I definitely disagree. I think tariffs are having a very big impact on like the gaming community. Like, tariffs definitely would. They add to the cost of stuff. It's like if your stuff's made in China, it's gonna cost more. The cost gets passed to the consumer. We've seen this already with many other products from China. We've seen Marvelous flat out say the tariffs are wreaking havoc on us. Flat out just said it. They said there's a Chinese fan in their special edition of Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma that is the materials are very particular, and they can only really get it from China, and they already started that process, or in terms of the parts and ordering and manufacturing, and that it's wreaking havoc on the price. And they said, we don't want to pass the cost to the consumer. They said it's going to be like 20% more of the cost of it. So there is no, it's not even really an opinion, unless you think Marvelous is lying, right? Nintendo didn't flat out say it, and Microsoft didn't flat out say it, but Sony recently flat out said it. The tariffs are causing a big impact. We might consider moving our manufacturing to America. I mean, holy hell, they're not going to move their manufacturing to America. You know what I'm saying? But Sony just recently said tariffs are causing a big impact on our bottom line, to the point to where, you know, we've got to do something. Like, it wiped off like $100 billion or something, like 100 million, or I forgot what it was that they said. But Sony flat out said it at their investor meeting, that tariffs are a big, major problem because they produce their systems in China. We've had many companies flat out say it. Like, this is not, it's not just people making up stuff, or it's not like, oh, we're trying to pass blame. Tariffs are a problem. They're a problem for anything from China. Anything from anywhere if the tariffs are high. Now, remember, Nintendo has a lot of stuff from Vietnam and Cambodia. So the tariff impact is much, much smaller from those. It's a 10% tariff, I think, on Vietnam. So, and Cambodia. So it's not as bad, but it's paused. It could go up to as high as 40%, right? So if that happens, then they've got to raise the cost, which Nintendo's already stated that they might raise the cost because of that. So, you know, it is what it is, you know. But once again, we can have different opinions. Like I think Sean, he's allowed to have his opinion, you know, on it, and I don't think he's necessarily even wrong 100% on everything that he's saying, you know. So yet you still have some people but China back down. There wouldn't be a problem. Yeah, China's not backing down. Okay, China's not gonna back down, which we all knew China's not gonna back down, because why the hell would China back down? China damn near doesn't back down to anything. So regardless, wrong or right or whatever you want to say, I'm not here to discuss the politics of countries, you know, but I'm here to discuss the gaming and how it affects the gaming. And yeah, like the tariffs are impacting the gaming part. But yeah, and I agree with what RGT says. Like, I don't think RGT is pushing Trump politics. I don't think he's pushing Trump politics. I think that, once again, he is not so, I would say, convinced that tariffs are the main issue with the prices going up. I think that's really what is. Now, which might, once again, it might look or appear to believe that he's maybe pushing that because obviously you're trying to downplay tariffs. Trump, he likes tariffs, all right? So, but I don't think he pushes that. But it might seem that way because, once again, I think he downplays tariffs a little bit, which, you know, that's fine. Like I said, there's probably, I mean, it could be a factor of people just being greedy, right? That's probably part of it too. Companies are going to be greedy because they got to pay their employees. They have shareholders, so they're going to be greedy. That's just part of every company being greedy, right? But tariffs listen, Microsoft is in no position to raise the price of the Xbox Series S. Do you really think that Microsoft was like, oh, inflation hit us, or, oh, we're going to be greedy, let's raise the price of this system that's not selling? This system that in 5 years, it's only sold 30 million units. Yeah, we need to have more, like, Microsoft would not do that. That's not in their best interest to raise the price of the Xbox Series S and the Xbox Series X. There's nothing that benefits from them outside of their being slammed like Grand Slam Serena Williams, Grand Andy Roddick, or Andre Agassi, tennis, like here's Phil Spencer's booty, like a ball, like this, and boom, just getting absolutely slammed by tariffs. That's the only reason, you know? Give me 1 second here, guys. That's the only reason why this is happening. They're getting absolutely grand slammed, aced by tariffs right now. And that's really what's happening, you know? Like, Phil Spencer's getting cooked by tariffs. Crispy Tofu with the $1 donut says, hey OJ, I've been binge watching your buy now before rare videos today because I want to stock up on some Switch games. First, those videos are awesome. Second, do you think Unicorn Overlord is one of those? Yes,
I have
it will
a question or rant. Why is the eShop lacking on the Switch compared to other regions? Like, I can see upgrade packs and Switch 2 games in other regions, but not Switch as eShop. It's weird.
Why is the eShop lacking on Switch compared to other regions? Upgrade packs. They probably just haven't updated it yet. So I think maybe once they get closer, they will. But yeah, kind of lacking right now. But they'll get it going. They'll get it going. Shout outs to Justin once again. Justin, you are also the Hokage student. I don't know how much you've done. I think I counted about maybe 75, but it might be more than that. So thank you for the big support. Hokage pledge as well. Appreciate that, man. Let's go. Thank you so much. And shout outs to Crispy Tofu with the $1 dono as well. Xbox has been more expensive than PS5 in Europe for years. They are not willing to lose money on their consoles. Sony is more flexible. Sony's increased the price of the PlayStation in multiple other regions as well. They've just offset the situation by increasing it in other countries. Mac Mega with the $5 Ninja Peach.
Don't think RGT is pushing Trump politics, but he definitely plays both sides too much. He made a vid stating prices should go down cause tariffs were paused, but they were only reduced to 30% in China. Like 30% is not a lot SMFH.
No, they're not. Here's the thing though, guys. Let me ask you guys a question. If you, and this is going to be just an analogy, and I see what he's trying to say. If you have somebody right next to you that smacks you on the back of the head every single 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden randomly took 5 minutes to smack you in the back of the head, would you actually guard only for 5 minutes? Or would you probably still guard for 3 minutes getting smacked in the back of the head? These companies do not trust that Trump will actually not raise the price of tariffs. So what are they going to be doing? They're going to be lowering the price, then raising the price, then lowering the price, then raising the price? Absolutely not. Because Trump is unpredictable on the tariffs, when they're going to be levied, how they're going to be levied, and all of that. Trump just makes up stuff. So why would you as a company constantly swivel back and forth as the tariffs go up and down? No. You're going to think about something. You're going to analyze what would be the best case scenario for X, Y, and Z. You're going to find a price, and you're going to stick with that. That's it.
Wario 64 is showing what the free updates on the Switch games do.
Ooh, that's cool. We didn't know what they do before, so we'll look at that. We'll get that in just a bit. Shoutouts to Justin, and thank you for Mac Mega. So yeah, I don't think he's pushing politics, but no, Trump is unpredictable. You don't know what he's going to do. He could raise the tariffs up 100% past the 30. They went down to 30. Who knows? Maybe he'll put them at 75 in 3 months from now. So should you change the price again? Absolutely not. Stick with the price that you think based off of various factors, based off of where it was at the maximum, where it was at the minimum, and pick a price where you feel would be good and just go with that and eat whatever cost it is above it. And obviously it'd be great if it goes below that. You'd be happy with that, but you can't predict what this man is going to do. And you can't be sitting here changing your price every single 3 or 4 months or every single how tariffs go up and down. You can't be doing that. Now, the reason why I know this is because I've worked in retail with shipping and with stuff like that, and I've seen the impact of potentially having tariffs and what it is, and no company's going to be sitting here constantly waving their prices back and forth, up and down, left and right, especially for systems. Now, if it was like smaller things like headphones or earbuds or smaller things made in China, yeah, you can waive your price. Sure. It'll work for stuff like that, you know, little things. But consoles and systems and accessories and no, you can't be flip-flopping and waving your price up and down. You got to stick with something. You got to make a business plan. It's got to be set. You got to tell your retail partners, but you can't be switching the price of everything all the time to your retail partner. They're going to get pissed off. That's just how business works. Anybody that's worked retail from a management perspective would know that. If you've worked retail with management and shipping and you know about importing, if you import or you know about that, you're not going to be sitting there and saying for a big system that consumers expect a certain price, and price drops are going to be something to where it's like, okay, you know, it's going to be announced, it's going to be like revealed. Like price drops for smaller things from China happen all the time. Like companies don't announce price drops. They don't announce, you know, oh, we're dropping the price of these headphones from China by $10. They don't care. You'll just see it on sale on Amazon sometimes. It's just, you know, small stuff you can waive with tariffs, but big things like consoles, absolutely not. You can't be flip flopping and dropping and breakdancing back and forth on tariffs on prices. Like I said, you've got to sit down. You've got to get into this. Let me bring you guys inside the room of Microsoft as somebody who's been inside of a war room when it comes to importing costs or just prices. They sit down, all of them. They say, what do we think about this guy's policies? They say, oh man, this guy, he's waving all over the place. It's going high, it's going low. What do you guys think? Okay, well, we think that maybe a 75% tariff, we're going to charge this much. And if it's above that, we can eat that cost. We can eat that, but we don't know what he's going to do. Okay, what's the current price? This is the current price. What's our shipping? What's our this? They go over a plethora of things. They try to predict the future of what could or could not happen, and then they go from there. They are not going to be sitting here and looking at where he puts it then at this week and where he puts it. They're not going to be doing that. That's, once again, that doesn't work for their retail partners. That doesn't work for their own business. You just got to pick something where you think, and then you got to go forward. And that's just how it works for big platforms. Now, even maybe with TVs, you can do that, but you can't do that with systems, you know? But that's just my opinion on it. I'm not saying RGT is wrong, and I see what he's saying, like, why not drop the price if the tariffs go down and stuff, but if we had a predictable president, I think they would feel they'd feel better about actually dropping the, like, you know, dropping the price and, like, going, like, if he could give them assurances that he's not. But Trump is so unpredictable with tariffs and how it's going to affect the market. You can't take his word or think that, oh, well, it went down, so I guess I'm going to go down. And you can't make it to where your business is just now waving back and forth. Like I said, now whether you feel that's logical or not, or whatever, or if you want to call me a shill for saying that, I'm just telling you from somebody who's worked at a Fortune 500 company where we do have imports and where we do, and I've seen shipping manifests, and I've seen logs, and I see how much importing can cost and all that. I'm just going based off of what my manager would tell me and what I would see when I was doing my training. So yeah, that's just not going to happen. Like I said, they could waive the cost and go up and down, but the president that we have is unpredictable on tariffs. So if I was Microsoft, I wouldn't go, because like 2 months from now, he could say, that's it, 57% tariff. Or he could say back to one, like China could piss him off. Right? China could piss him off with something that they said or something that they did, and he can say, well, screw you guys, we're back up to this many tariffs, right? Like, look at how many times he's flip-flopped on it now at this point, on what he said compared to what he's done. So Microsoft is not having any type of confidence and any type of stability with tariffs. That's very clear, right? So yeah. That's shout outs to World Renowned. Thank you for the Tune In tier membership. Thank you for being a Tune In tier once again. I appreciate that. Shout outs. Yeah, and like I said, RGT's my friend. I'm not trying to sit here and say what he's saying is 100% wrong. I think that there's probably some truth. He's logical too. There's probably some truth to what he's saying. But like I said, from the business perspective, if that was me, I would not trust Trump to keep the tariffs where they are. Like, who's gonna trust him? Considering what he's done before, why the hell would you trust him to keep them where they are? like nobody with the brain would actually trust him to keep them where they are. So, oh, they went down. I guess we should drop the price. Bro, he might raise it up in a month or two. You never know what he's gonna do. Like, so. Are your tariff debates going up in price? The only way that my tariff debates go up in price if we start getting trolls that are actually willing to pay the toll. If they're actually willing to pay the toll and they start doing it frequently, then we might have to raise the price. But right now we ain't getting it. So I think the price is right. The tariff, which it's 100% tariff, because I guess it was free beforehand. So now this stream, so it's 100% tariff. So, and I don't care who anybody votes for, by the way, guys. This is not a bash Trump or bash presidents, or we don't do politics here. So yeah, we don't do politics here, guys. And I'm not trying to sit here and bash anybody for who you vote for. I'm a firm believer in vote for whoever you want to vote for. You know what I'm saying? Vote for that. That's called freedom of that's the American spirit, right? That's the freedom democratic process. Whoever wins, wins. They win, and that's what it is. And that's it. You know, that's it. Whoever wins, wins. So I don't care. I'm just talking about in relation to video games. I'm not making this a political stream, you know? So that's kind of how I've always felt. Why am I worrying about what you do? You do what you want to do, I'll do what I want to do, and whoever wins, wins. That's just how it is, fam, you know? That's how it should be. That's how it should be. All right, let's see. Let's see what Wario64 had to say about the updates for Mario Odyssey and all that. Yeah. So let's see here. So, okay, people say Zelda games, Echoes of Wisdom already have unlocked frame rate. Frame rate target 6 frames per second, so hopefully Switch 2 is all it needs to give frame rate benefits. Okay, Nintendo details, free updates on Switch 1 games. Okay, so we've got details on that. Adam Carson, thank you for the 30 months. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mean to make it about RGT having him frustrated the direction he's going, still show respect. Yeah. Yeah, it's all good. And World Renowned, man, like, you don't have to agree with everything. Just like me and you, we've disagreed on things too, you know? So, you don't have to agree. And that's fine. That you can disagree. And you can bring it up here. Like I said, me and RGT, he's an adult. He's old enough to know, like, what I said was very respectful towards him. He respects me for the most part. So, so nothing, you know, it's okay. It's okay to have difference of opinion too. So, all right, here are the free updates. June 5th. These are all available day 1. Visuals optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 display and high resolution TVs. All right, hold up. We can make this into something. Hold up. All right. Okay, what is good, everyone? OJ here. Welcome. I'm gonna pause this real quick. All right, let me restart that. All right, so what's good, everyone? OJ here. Welcome back to another video. Today we're taking a look at the free updates for select Nintendo Switch 2 games. Now, one thing that some people don't know, because people have spread all sorts of weirdness, is that Nintendo Switch 2 is going to be getting free updates for Nintendo Switch 1 games. So these are not like the Nintendo Switch 2 editions, where those have probably some more features added in and DLC, other stuff like that, bigger upgrades to them. This one's going to be a little bit smaller stuff, but it's still going to be available for a free update. So if you have the game on your Nintendo Switch 1 and you put this game into your Nintendo Switch 2, or if you have it on your account, you download the game digitally, this will update. This will update on there and you'll be able to get these features. We're going to go down every single one, what's good, what's bad, positive, negative, all that good stuff. So let's do this. We're going to start off with ARMS. And with ARMS, it's visuals optimized for the Nintendo Switch 2 display and high resolution TVs for improved image quality. So it's going to be a bump in resolution. The game runs, I think, at 1080p on docked and 720p handheld. So maybe we get a native 1080p for handheld and maybe higher 1440p or 4K resolution. Who knows? For ARMS. There's also frame rate optimized for Switch 2 for smoother movement, even when playing with 3 or more players. The game already runs at 60 frames per second, and I think it runs at 60 frames per second even with 3 or more players. I don't recall it being cut down, so are they saying 120 frames per second? That might be ARMS at 4K 120 or 1440p 120. That would be really good. I would definitely maybe play ARMS again just to see how smooth it looks. So I like that. And there's also HDR support. This is a very bright, vibrant, and colorful game. So having HDR support is going to be really good for this because it already looks good on a Switch 1. So that's good. Next up is Big Brain Academy, Brain vs. Brain. This is also a launch. At launch, you're going to be able to get this update. And it's going to support game share for up to 4 people can play in party mode and share locally or share online via game chat. So you've got game chat and you've got game share as well. So good stuff there. This is definitely more of a party game. I think that'd be pretty cool to play. I mean, most people, I don't know if they're going to play this, but if they were going to play it, game share it with people in the house or something, or even online. All right, next up, Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. Let's go. This is a pretty good game. Visuals optimized for the Nintendo Switch 2 display and high resolution TVs for improved image quality. So maybe, I don't know what resolution this game normally runs at, but maybe 1080p now if it's not at 1080p already, or maybe what would it be, 1440p, or maybe higher than that. We'll see. HDR support, which is good. Once again, colorful game. That's also good. And also game share support. 2 people can play all the courses. That's good. And share locally or share online via game chat. Okay, good stuff too as well. All right, Clubhouse games. That's another one. This is a good one. Up to 4 people can play 34 games. Share locally or share online. So Clubhouse games still sells. People still buy this game. But now you're going to be able to game share it with 1 copy. So you don't even need to have the other, copies of the game. People can just play it. So this is very good for parties and stuff like that. So, these are very good. I like Clubhouse games. It's a good game. I played it. I streamed it with you guys before. It's fun. Same thing, Game Builder Garage. Visuals optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 display and high-resolution TVs for improved image quality. And now supports the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls. We talked about this, how this game would be considerably better with mouse controls, because now you can actually, you know, drag and drop like you're building the game. It's going to be easier than using the touchscreen or using an analog. So this actually makes the game considerably better by having mouse controls. I actually might boot it up again. Maybe, probably not. But yeah, mouse controls make this way better if you're playing on like a desktop setup. So that's very good. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. People wondered why this one was getting it. And all that's happening here is visuals optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 displays and high resolution TVs for improved image quality. So it's probably going to run at 4K. This game runs at 1080p. So now it's going to run at probably 4K or 1440p, maybe 1440p. Don't want to say 4K 100%, so 1440p. So that's good. Yeah, looks cleaner. Next up, okay, here we go. this is the RGT right now, right? We got to see. All right, visuals optimized for Nintendo Switch 2 displays and high resolution TVs for improved image quality. So that's definitely good. Frame rates improved for smoother movement on Nintendo Switch 2. So smoother movement. We don't know if that's 60 frames. That could be 30 frames per second, right? That could be 30. But honestly, if they lock this down to 30, that is a significant, which is crazy to say it, but this game running at a locked 30 is a significant improvement. It's a little sad, but it's a significant improvement over the base game. It really is. And of course, like the resolution in this game is not good. Like it's not great at all. Like it looks kind of crusty. So having this game look sharper on top of it running at a locked 30, or let's just say 30 and above, even if it was a unlocked 30, like bro, that's how bad this game runs at times. An unlocked 30 would feel like 60. An unlocked 30 would feel like 60. 30 frames for this game. I'm not even defending it, guys. You guys know I made my videos on Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I did not, like, that was the major issue with the game, was the visuals obviously weren't great. Resolution was not great, especially portable mode. But the frame rate was the worst thing, especially in water. In water, the frame rate was so bad. It was so bad in water. So getting this game to lock 30 would feel like a brand new game. Like, I'm gonna go back. This will be one of the first games I test on Switch 2. So I'm not saying that it's going to be 30. I'm not saying that because the game already targets 30, so they could target 60 and then maybe it dips or it's locked at 60. The Switch 2 has plenty of overhead room with its RAM and its allocation to get this game up to 60. Heck, you can overclock the Switch 1 and get this game going at 60. So the Switch 2 has plenty of room to get this game going at 60. At the bare minimum, 30. Because it already targets 30. It runs at 30 sometimes, but not frequently, especially in certain areas. So having Pokemon Scarlet and Violet have frame rate improved with resolution bump as well, that is a huge boost. Huge boost. Thank you for the tune-in tier pledge, Mr. Starville. Appreciate that, man. So yeah, improved for smoother movement. They don't say exactly what the frame rate's gonna be, which makes me think maybe it's unlocked, but then again, they didn't say that with ARMS. ARMS runs pretty much perfect, and they didn't give us the actual number either. So yeah, they don't ever talk about numbers too much. All right, okay, Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. Let's talk about this game as well. This is a big one. June 5th, so these are all launch, which I did tell you guys, these will all probably be at launch since they're willing to talk about them. I think that there will be more updates, free updates, so we'll talk about that in just a bit. Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. We have visuals optimized for the Nintendo Switch 2 display, high resolution TVs for improved image quality. That's good. The game runs at, I think the game runs at 1080p on Switch too. So 1080p, so maybe 1440p, 60 frames per second, maybe higher. We'll see. Frame rate optimized for smoother movement on Nintendo Switch 2, including Bowser's Fury. So the game runs at 60 frames per second, pretty much locked on Switch 1. There might be a dip here or there, but it pretty much runs locked at 60 frames per second. Bowser's Fury is the issue. That game runs at a unstable 60 when docked. It dips, it kind of goes here and there because that game's like a full free open world. It's separate from the actual design of the game, so I think that caused the issues with Bowser's Fury. The portable mode, which is really crazy, there might be other games, but the portable mode in Bowser's Fury runs at 30 frames per second compared to 60 docked. We usually don't see a difference that big on Nintendo first-party games. If a game runs at 60 docked, it probably runs at 60 portable, just with lower resolution. This game is different. Bowser's Fury is different. It runs at 30. So I'm guessing, once again, battery life was the issue there. So they did include Bowser's Fury as part of, hey, including Bowser's Fury. So getting that at 60 frames per second portable and then locking it down at 60 docked is the good thing for that. It actually makes Bowser's Fury playing portable way better because the game in portable mode is just, you're used to 60 frames for Bowser for Super Mario 3D World. And then all of a sudden you got to go to 30 if you want to play it portable. It makes it, you just don't want to play portable, you know? So this is definitely good. I'm going to go back and play it now and probably get everything. We got HDR support for Bowser's Fury only. So I'm guessing there's something there, the issue with the code or what they did with the graphics where it wouldn't work. But Bowser's Fury is a newer game. It was newer developed, so it gets that HDR support. So maybe that's what it is, because Super Mario 3D World is a Wii U game. It's a Wii U port. But Bowser's Fury is not a Wii U port per se, right? All right, we got game share support as well. Very good. Up to four people can play Super Mario 3D World. In Bowser's Fury, 2 people can play together. One controlling Mario and the other controlling Bowser Jr. This game share stuff is incredible. I'm telling you, man, game share it's really good. It's really, really good that they're allowing people to have just one copy and then you can play with your family and friends. You don't need to buy another one with game share. That is an incredible feature that people are going to use. Family get-togethers, outings, whatever. People are going to use game share like crazy. Nintendo just needs to make sure that they market it and advertise it the right way as well. So yeah, I love that. Share locally or share online via game chat. So you can also do it online. And also game chat's going to be great too for this type of game. Having everybody play Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. That was the major issue that people had with the original Super Mario 3D World. Now they fixed it in the Switch port. We got online play. It's kind of crusty though, the online. So I'm hoping that we have some improvements to the online with this one as well. But they didn't say anything here, so probably not. All right, Super Mario Odyssey. Let's talk about this. We got some big updates here too. So Super Mario Odyssey, June 5th. Here are the updates. Visuals optimized for the Nintendo Switch 2 display and high-resolution TVs for improved image quality. Very good on there. This game runs at 900p on the Switch 1. Getting it cleaner on a high-resolution TV, I didn't notice it too much when I first played it, but when I played it again on my OLED, you can notice a little bit of that 900p being stretched. I didn't notice it at first because I didn't have as good of a TV when this game first came out, but on the newer TVs, it still looks good, but it doesn't look quite as good as it could look, considering how good the art and the graphics are in the game. So I like that. HDR support, very good. The game is bright and colorful. It's going to make it look even better as well. So that's also good. Game share support, 2 people can play together. That's good. Love the game share support, and game chat as well. Share local or online with game chat. So you can go online with somebody else and play Cappy's Adventure as well. All right, next up, another big one here, guys. Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom. So visuals optimized for the Nintendo Switch 2 display and high-resolution TVs for improved image quality, HDR support. Now, this is the one that okay, what's going on here? Because I think Wario64 said something about this to where resolution is not, or not resolution, where frame rate is not affected here, or he said something like it is, or it's going to be. But that's the problem with this game. It's not resolution. The problem is the frame rate. So I'm looking to see if you're playing it on Switch 2, it locks it down at the frame rate, or what's going on there, because it doesn't say that the frame rate is improved on that one. So we're going to have to do some tests. I hope that it is, but if it isn't, that's definitely not a good thing if you play this on Switch 2 and the frame rate is the same. I'm guessing it will be better, though. I'm guessing it will be more stable, because the game targets 60 frames per second, but never actually, stays consistent at 60 frames per second. So we'll see about that one. Same thing for Link's Awakening. Visuals improved, HDR support. So we'll see about that. I'm going to check out what Wario64 has to say on that situation with this, because once again, I think he did say something else. Okay, so here's what he said on this. He said this: seeing people say that Zelda games, Echoes of Wisdom, and Link's Awakening already have unlocked frame rate / target 60 frames per second. So hopefully the switch to Juice is all it needs to give frame rate benefits. Okay, so he's just talking about people are letting him know, because in his original thing, he just said res and all that. And Juice Man Bond let him know about that, because yeah, it already does target that. So it looks like it's probably just going to lock it down because it already targets it. But they did mention that already, like, hey, frame and res or frame rate for Pokemon for like a smoother experience. So, I mean, why couldn't they say the same thing with Echoes of Wisdom? But maybe because Echoes of Wisdom does hit 60 in, you know, in certain parts, but we're going to have to wait and see. I think the Juice is probably going to help the game lock it down at 60 just off the top. Remember, another thing, before we kind of wrap this video up talking about this, some games, now once again, don't quote me 100% on this, but some games Nintendo tested, they just run better off the top because of the emulation / hardware hybrid of backwards compatibility. It's not just straight up backwards compatibility, like where they just took a Switch 1 and jammed it into a Switch 2. It's actually emulated a bit as well. So some games just off the top are going to run better. Almost like Microsoft's, you know, situation that they had with the Xbox series with Xbox One games, where there doesn't even need to be a patch, really, it just runs better. That could happen, which Nintendo did detail or talked about in their developer diary with the Nintendo Switch 2, that when they tested, games just ran better. These are the games that are actually getting updates for resolution, updates for things like to be better. So we'll see if it actually locks it down when it comes to The Legend of Zelda, Echoes of Wisdom and Tears of the Kingdom. But I would say, sorry, Echoes of Wisdom, Tears of the Kingdom. Sorry, those are getting Nintendo Switch. Sorry, my bad. I said Tears of the Kingdom. Echoes of Wisdom and Link's Awakening. What I meant to say, we know that there's going to be Nintendo Switch 2 editions of Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild that are going to be locked down to 60 frames per second with a $10 upgrade. Or if you have Nintendo Switch Online, you will get those upgrades with no additional cost. But right now, I think this is pretty good for these right here. Super Mario Odyssey, fantastic. Bowser's Fury, Super Mario 3D World. These are the big ones right here. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So very happy about this right here. So what do you guys think, those that are watching on YouTube after the fact here? What do you guys think? Let me know what you think about these updates, and what games are you going to go back and play and test out because of these updates? And what else would you like to see Nintendo do for updates in the future? Let me know in the comment section. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for subscribing. If you're new, make sure you subscribe. Thank you to all the new subscribers as well. Hit the like button, notification bell, and we'll see you guys for the next video. Okay, so I wanted to get that because I want to get that video up probably after I'm done with the stream. But I'm not leaving. I'm actually not leaving, though. We're still going to have our stream. I just wanted to get that video. I wanted to record it. I have a Star Fox video for you guys. I have this video, so I just wanted to have some, you know, get some work done while I'm at work. You know, I don't have an editor, so, you know, you gotta have to sometimes dual task with some of these things. You know, I gotta be more efficient, so that's why sometimes I'm gonna be doing videos while I actually am streaming as well. Dominic, thank you for the 26 months. I appreciate that. Let's go. Let's see here. Not buying launch games besides Mario Kart, Cyberpunk, because I've been waiting for the replay Breath of the Wild and Odyssey. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Good stuff. The supporter says, I think we need some support and momentum. Is that his new thing here? He calls it momentum whenever he's not getting enough donations. Momentum. That's DSP's new thing, combo breaks. I need an FPS update for Splatoon 3. A Splatoon 3 120 FPS update would be nice. Xenoblade X. Yeah, I think Xenoblade X would be good. Xenoblade X is a simple update, magically run at 60. That's my wish. Xenoblade X might actually have that to where it's just gonna magically run at 60 because there's a 60 frames per second update hidden in the code. Like so I'm pretty sure that it's just gonna magically happen. I'm almost positive, and if not, at the very least, lock down the 30. You know. By the way, we know that RGZ wants another video game crash happening, so I think that's why he does not think tariffs is the main reason. He thinks the video game industry is crashing and down there. Yeah, that could be the reason why. I don't know if he wants one. I just think that it's he maybe think that it's happening, you know? So let me replay this.
I forgot to mention I love how you sneak in telling people to subscribe in the videos. It's great.
I always do that.
Wow.
I try. And Ben's 310 with the jow jow. Let's go.
Hello, OJ and everyone. Reason, just because.
Hey, I appreciate the just because support, guys. You know, I'm an independent entry here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I try to do my best to get you guys. So your support from the bottom of my heart, it really does help the stream keep going. So thank you guys so much for keeping the lights on, because you don't want it to be like when I was in Nigeria where the lights were turning off. That's because I wasn't getting enough momentum from you. No, I'm joking. Here's the funniest thing. Shout outs to Ben's 310. Shout outs to Justin. The funniest thing is that I had the most ghetto connection. I had a ghetto laptop. I had ghetto internet, and I had a ghetto room that I was streaming from. And you guys actually supported a lot in that month or so. Some of my best viewed videos and all that. That was when Metroid Dread was coming out. There was actually a ton of support, and you guys were actually coming out to the stream and stuff like that. And I had like literally the most ghetto equipment. So thank you guys so much. That made me. I was telling my wife at the time, because my wife was in Nigeria, so I was going to go visit her. I was telling my wife like, oh man, you know, it's probably going to be like pretty low, you know, this month. I'm good though, you know. Like, obviously I don't frivolously spend, and I'm okay. And it was actually pretty good. So I want to say thank you guys so much for your support, you know, regardless.
It's funny, because I have gotten pretty good at guessing when in a video you will sneak in those hit the like and subscribe mentions in the video.
Yeah, it's around a certain time frame. I usually do it around the 4 to 5 minute mark. So yeah, I'm telling you guys my secrets. Sometimes I might do it longer than that though. Like if the first topic is longer, then I might sneak it in at some point longer. I don't think I snuck it in too much today though. I think today was pretty muted. So yeah. Not including Mario RPG games on the upgrade list is strange. I'm not sure if that's strange. I don't know why that would be included first over other games, MGD. Like what's the reasoning for that? There's a lot of games that are not included in this, right? Nintendo published 100 and something Switch 1 games? There's a lot of games that are not included on this list. So I don't think Mario RPG is any more strange than any other game that's not included. At least at first. There's gonna be more, guys. This doesn't mean it's it. Doesn't mean this is the last of it. There's no more. They never said that. So this is just the first batch that's available on June 5th. And they also dated it. These are all the first June 5th, right from the start. This is, and I'll say this again. Shout out to the Porter Salim with the 2. It says, OJ streaming from a hut with dirt floors. Bro, wasn't quite that. Hold up, man. What you think Nigeria? Wasn't that bad. Let me tell you something right now. $1,000 goes very far in Nigeria. I can tell you that right now. We had a nice hotel. We had a very good food. It was just like the light situation was the problem. It's like Nigeria's light, like if you don't have a generator, the light just goes out.
Ghetto? You know? People who aren't subscribed to this channel. So hit that like and that sub if you don't want to be called ghetto.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, hit that subscribe button. If you're not subscribed to the channel, yeah, hit that subscribe button. So yeah. Adding new Super Mario Bros. Deluxe and making it 4K is sometime I think meant something no one asked for. I don't think anybody really asked for Super Mario RPG update either, so that's all I'm trying to say. Ben's 310 with the Yo Princess Peach. Let's go. Let's go.
You're welcome.
Yes,
Just
sir.
wanted to. Lol.
Thank you, Ben's 310 with the big $50. Yo, we out here tonight, man. I appreciate that. Ben's 310. Thank you so much. The poor says the light situation. Sun was out. No, light as in actual lights. Light as in actual. Bro, if I move to Nigeria, oh my god. You know how lit my house would be? You know how lit things would be? You know what Deadass, I thought about it. I'm thinking of, you know how lit my life would be if I moved there, like, just outside of the stream? Holy smokes. You know how far, like, I would still make USD. but I'd be living in a country where oh my God, the value is so much higher. Oh my God. I wish I might move there one of these days. I might move there. We'll see. We'll see when my mom retires. Like, we'll see when my mom retires and what she does. We'll see. I just might pack up. I just might pack up and go, honestly. But I'll still stream. I'll still stream. I'll still be here. I'll still be just as lit and everything. But I'm not gonna sit here and say that I'm gonna live in America for the rest of my life. I ain't gonna sit here and say that, because I might not. But yeah, I definitely, maybe when my boy gets older, maybe once we'll see. Like, but yeah, I can't sit here and say that I'm gonna live here forever, till it's over. Dean with the dollar says, the food is incredible. Oh my God, the food is so good in Nigeria. Holy smokes, the food is delicious. Now, thankfully, I have a wife that she does a great cooking, so the food that she tries, she does her best here, and it's really good. But man, the food in Nigeria is legitimately incredible. It's so good. Suya, man. If you ain't never had suya before, so good.
Please do not stream at 2 a.m. our time if you do. But you know we would show up if you did lol.
No, here's the thing. When I streamed from Nigeria, I still streamed at the same time that I streamed. I would just stream because like they're way ahead. So they're like 7-8 hours ahead. So all I did was just stream at like night, where it was like night for me, but it was like daytime normal for you guys. So that's what I would do. I would just stream. I would count the hours and I'd still stream at the same time. So essentially I would probably start my streams around 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'd probably start my streams like around 11 or 12 midnight, my time. Which for you guys, that would be the same time. So that's what I would do. Like, I wouldn't make it any different. It would still be my stream. I would just not be living here in America, you know? So yeah. May want to go back to China if I ever retire eventually. Heck, my dad says I want to go visit China someday if he's not busy. Yeah, I mean, it just depends, like I said. Shout outs to Cyber Taurus with the big $10, though. Shout outs to Deported Sicilian and Dean as well. Hey, OJ. Hi, OJ. Switch 2 hype. Just saw that Jade Raymond left the Sony studio she founded. This woman is the master fleecer. Is Sony really surprised? I could have told them this would happen. Yeah, Jade Raymond is the master fleecer because she's made millions of dollars off of, and she's made hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars off of delivering absolutely nothing. Like, she's definitely a fleecer. She has not delivered a game in like a decade. When was the last time? She gets all these contracts to make games. She did it with what's it called? Google Stadia. She got a big contract there. She got a big contract with Sony, and she's delivered nothing since like what, 2017? It's been like a decade, and even then, like, that wasn't even as big of a success. She's been riding off the fumes of Assassin's Creed and Watch Dogs for the last 20 years. For almost 20 years, she's been riding off of that. Stream like wings, no schedule, and ban everybody. Hey, there you go. That's something. I don't really have a schedule myself either. I have like a loose schedule. I have a general time frame. I usually stream Mondays and Tuesdays from around maybe 4. Like, depends. Some Mondays like I gotta stream late, but Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I take Wednesday and Sundays off. That's usually my stream schedule, but that can change depending on if I'm not, if I'm not at home, or if I gotta go somewhere, or if I'm traveling for work or something else, Let's see here. Jade helped worked on what? Assassin's Creed and Watch Dogs? Yes. The original Assassin's Creed. So Ubisoft played into gamer culture back then, and they made sure, because she's at least gamers think that she's super pretty. Sure, she's not ugly. So gamers think that she's very pretty. What's up, Poxybot? So they put her front and center on Assassin's Creed. They put her front and center. They made sure everybody knew. They attached her face with Assassin's Creed, and it worked. Gamers like, ho, yeah, I'll buy, wee. Gamers horn-dogged their way to buy Assassin's Creed because of her. Not because the game was incredible, because it was an incredible game. But they were all smitten by this lady, and they bought Assassin's Creed. Half of the people bought Assassin's Creed. 3 reasons. Graphics were great. It felt like a next generation game in 2007, So graphics were great. The E3 presentation, it was kind of glitchy and buggy, but it showed off pretty, like the E3 presentation I think helped overall. And then Jade Raymond, and then her just being, like I said, what people felt very attractive, you know? So that's the reason why the original Assassin's Creed sold. It wasn't that good of a game though. Once the reviews came out, it was obviously a mediocre game, average to mediocre game. It was an okay game. It wasn't bad, but it was repetitive. It was not great. But the foundation was already built there. The graphics were there. Everything that people wanted in 2007 was there. So then they busted it. They fixed all the issues, or a lot of the issues, and made Assassin's Creed 2. And Assassin's Creed 2 blew up. I mean, Assassin's Creed 1 sold really well, and they made plenty of money. But Assassin's Creed 2 blew the franchise up to superstardom. But Jade Raymond was definitely part of the original Assassin's Creed that helped market, push, design the game, and make it into the multi-million dollar franchise that it is now. Watch Dogs, she was also a part of that, to a lesser degree in terms of turning it into a franchise, but to a lesser degree. But Assassin's Creed, she did help. You got to give credit where credit's due. She was the main face of marketing for that. There's too many fleeces in Western video game industry, it seems. Yeah, she's wrote off that for a while now, you know? NES Mimiku says, do you ever think about playing games on stream? Yeah, go watch my gameplay streams. I got a bunch of them. Just type in Mario Kart PE Live and you'll see me playing Mario Kart all the time. Or type in, I don't know, I've played Xenoblade, I've played all sorts of stuff. So whatever game you want to watch, type it in and go to the live tab, type it in, you'll probably see a stream of me playing. But no, I don't normally play games on stream. We do interaction, talking about the gaming news and stuff. That's my specialty on this stream. I'm not Ninja, or I'm not a Twitch streamer. I'm more of a news content creator, and I talk about stuff and I react to you guys' stuff. But with Switch 2 coming up, we will play a lot more with Switch 2, so there will be dedicated Switch 2 streams. OJ, what about the Digital Foundry thing? What's the Digital Foundry thing, Felipe? AC2 was still my favorite of all time, of all of them. I did like Brotherhood and Black Flag too. Yeah, I think Black Flag is really good. AC2 is probably like my favorite, yeah. Absolutely. You know what? I just look at games though. I don't play them. I just look at this copy of Halo, the original Halo. I just look at this copy in awe of the Platinum Hits Halo 1 mint copy. Still smells new. Mint copy of Halo 1 Platinum Hits. Best-selling Xbox game. If you didn't know, it tells you. The best-selling Xbox game. One of the best games in recent times on any console, bar none. That was from Electronic Gaming Monthly back in 2002. This is the most important launch game for any console ever. The most important launch game for any console ever. Even more important than Super Mario Bros., right? That helped fix the gaming crash. Halo's more important than fixing the whole Western or US gaming industry. You know, that's Halo's more important than that. So Edge magazine said that in 2002. Microsoft created Xbox so we could have games like Halo. IGN said that in 2002. Microsoft created it so we can have this type of game. And Halo's single player game is worth picking up an Xbox for alone. Videogames.com. So there you go. It's worth it just for Halo alone. There you go. Something about game chat, and I'm not sure what you're talking about. Yes, we're gonna have 24-player Mario Kart streams a lot. So if you've purchased Mario Kart World, whether you got it physically or you got it on the bundle, and you're not an Elite Ninja, make sure you become a Tune-In Tier ! Member. Become a Tune-In Tier so you can get in on that Mario Kart, because it's gonna be, spaces are gonna be limited for that, because there's gonna be tons of people playing that. All I'm getting is the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller and the camera, the official Nintendo Switch 2 camera. I'll talk about RAM. Oh, okay, digital. Yeah, we talked about that already. They basically talked about how 3 is reserved for the OS and 9 is reserved for games. That's a bigger chunk than what it was with the Switch 1, where there was only 0.8 reserved for the OS and 3.2 reserved of the 4 for the Switch 1. So yeah, that's essentially what they said. But we're gonna have to wait and see. usually with RAM, especially with system resources, over time, developers can lower it and then increase what you can use for games. But I mean, 9 gigabytes of RAM is great. You know, that is a huge bump over Switch 1. And that's even above Xbox Series S, which I think has 8 gigabytes usable for developers. So yeah, it's fine. There's definitely weirdos edge and say Halo is more important than Mario. But hey, that was back when Western gaming was doing better than Japanese gaming. Yeah, I think that, you know, Halo is not the most important console launch ever. The original Xbox went on to sell about 24 million units, so no. That's not the most important launch ever console. That's not. Mario definitely was more. Mario on the original NES was definitely more important. I could maybe say what other launch games that I can think of. I mean, Halo was definitely an important launch, but it wasn't the most important. What else in terms of launch? I don't think Final Fantasy X, that wasn't a launch game. Final Fantasy VII was not a launch game either. Super Mario World, I don't think that game was important, but wasn't as important as the original Mario Bros. I think a Mario 1 to me, in the Western side of things. Now, if you're in Japan or if you're in a different country, maybe Mario Bros. 1 wasn't as important. But I can say for like the US market, Mario 1 was the most important launch title of all time for the US market. That what else was Pong? Was like for like Atari, that might have been the most important. Maybe Pong. Maybe you can go something like that. Pong. Mario 64 is definitely super important because of 3D gaming. So you can like Halo was great, but it wasn't like Halo was like the first to do like show people how to do a first person shooter on like the 3D market. We had first person shooters that were really good before Halo in terms of like showing and like selling and showing how a 3D shooter could work, you know? So Halo was an incredibly important launch title, I agree, but I don't know if it was the most important, you know? I don't know if it was the most important launch title. So yeah. So let's see here. Cammy says, this guy's the biggest show. Talks about AAA games and third party. Doesn't address the storage or game key cards. Brushes them off. Never seen such a show. So, Cammy White, I will pay you $1,000 to come on here and you can prove that I never talked about those. Because I'll pay you $1,000. Because I can pull up footage of me talking about that. About both of those. So do you want to apologize? Or do you want to, and I'll give you, like I said, I'll give you some time, Cammy. $1,000 if you can prove that, because I can guarantee you that I've actually talked about those, Cammy. So you want to, I'll give you a chance to apologize. I'll give you a chance. Or, like anybody logical, you could have simply just asked me a question, and I would have answered your question. Instead of going ad hominem and calling me names, instead of just asking, hey, OJ, I haven't heard you talk about this. Did you talk about it? You could have just said it that way. There is no reason to call names. So I'm guessing your mental level is low. I'm guessing you have a low mental level. Maybe around 6th or 7th grade. That's what I'm guessing. Because nobody logical just rushes to a stream. And if you haven't heard somebody say something, say that. Because I've talked about it numerous times. I've talked about it multiple times. On my streams and in videos. So do you want to apologize? I'll give you a chance to apologize to me. Go ahead. I'll wait. Since you want attention, go ahead. Apologize. Go ahead. Go ahead, Cammy. Let's hear it. Go ahead. I'm waiting for my apology. Or if you want to come on and we can talk about it. So feel free. But I've actually talked about both of those in videos and on live streams. Everyone here knows that I have. That's like confirmed. My mods know that I have. We've talked about that. We've discussed it multiple times. So you're gonna apologize, right, Cammy? I'm gonna tag you. I'm waiting for my apology. I'm waiting. Just in case you didn't see, maybe you didn't look, maybe you muted the TV and maybe you still have the chat up. So I'll wait one more minute and I'll answer more questions from the actual respectable people in this chat that appreciate what I'm doing. Shout outs to Cyber Taurus with the $5 dono.
How about some metaphor music while we wait?
Metaphor. Refantasio. This is what I mean by the people that call me names. There's nothing to stand on. That's how I love what I do. I love the work that I do because it's so satisfying to have moments like this. Remember, I did debate before, and I've taken logic and I've taken debate, so I naturally like confronting stupid statements. It's very fun. It makes me feel better about myself, considering how stupid some people are in comparison. So it makes me feel like God bless me. You know what I'm saying? The fact that it makes me feel blessed that there are so many stupid people around me at times in terms of the internet. You guys are awesome. That it's very easy. I don't have to work hard. I have to work hard to actually disprove arguments in my logic or debate class or communication, or even with my brother, or even arguing with my brother or my friends back in the day. People online are so stupid in their criticisms with other people. They just resort to name calling instantly that it's very easy to disprove what they say. So I don't really have to work too hard. And that's what I love about it, because it just goes to show you surrounded by idiots at times, you know, like when it comes to some of the internet, they'll just call me names. And why are you calling me that? What did I do? What did I say wrong? You didn't talk about game key cards. Yeah, I did. Yes, I did. I said I don't like them. What? I said that in videos? I said that on live streams. We've talked about it multiple times. So yeah. So it makes me feel better, because some of these people are so stupid, and the funny thing is that they actually believe what they say, you know, which is crazy. So it's all good. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. He didn't expect you to respond. Maybe they didn't expect me to respond. So yeah, maybe that was it. Talks about AAA and third party, but doesn't address the storage or game keys. In terms of storage, I can address that right now, since you clearly missed what I talked about. In terms of storage, what type of storage? Are you talking about the storage on the system? Are you talking about the storage on the game cards? We discussed that. We've discussed it. But I mean, I don't know what you want me to talk about there, but I can talk about both. The system has 256 gigabytes of storage, of fast storage. Okay, that's better than the 64 gigabytes that we got on Switch 1. Okay, gotta buy an SD card or something. Okay, bought one on Switch 1. Gotta buy an Express SD card now. Okay, I don't know what you want me to say, but okay, it's there. We talked about it. In terms of the storage of the carts, yeah, I wish Nintendo would have actually had a scenario where they could have reduced the price of the carts, including make the carts more faster and higher speed. I wish that could have been the case, but clearly the price of the carts are still a problem for many of these third-party developers out there. So the game key cards are a solution to those who don't want to pay for the cart sizes, for like the big cart sizes. Now, obviously, there's still some developers that could have fit it on a 32 gigabyte cart if the 32 gigabyte cart was available. But just like Nintendo Switch 1, there's no guarantee that developers will use a 32 gigabyte cart. For example, Hogwarts Legacy, Mortal Kombat, Batman. I mean, there's countless number of games. Maybe Batman's over 32 gigabytes, but there's a countless number of games that could have fit on a 32 gigabyte cart for Switch 1, and developers opted to not use that because of the price. So I'm guessing the price of the much higher quality Switch 2 carts have not went down. So a 32 gigabyte, sure, that would have been better if we could have got that, if the rumor about 64 is true, that there's only 64 or a very small card size, sure. But there's no guarantee that the price still would have been good for developers considering the Switch 1 and how many games could have been on a 32GB cartridge, and we don't. I mean, you can count on one hand the number of 32GB cartridge Switch 1 games. There's barely any because that size, that it's too expensive. Even now to this day, it's still too expensive. So Nintendo was never able to reduce the cost significantly for developers for the cartridges because they're custom. So that's very unfortunate, and I wish that they did. But I mean, what else do you want me to say? That's all I can say. I wish that they did. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna play games. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna talk about the games. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. You want me to boycott the Switch 2? So yeah, I'm not sure what else you would like me to say on that. You want me to stomp my feet and get mad? Not sure. I'm not gonna be buying too many game key cards. We'll see depending on how I feel or what it offers or whatever the case is. But yeah, I would love for there to be more better cartridge sizes for cheaper and all that if they can. But clearly they clearly can't. So yeah. So anyway, that was that. That was that. I still addressed it. No, they're still here. I can tag them. They're still here. Was that good enough? Because I can still tag them. Was that good enough? Was that good enough for you? All right. Yeah, they're still here. Or at least they're still in the chat in some way. They might not be actually watching or looking at their chat or looking at the stream, but they're still in the chat. Or at least they were still in the chat as of the time that I was typing. So, all right. That OJ tariff, though. Yeah, listen. I said I'd pay them $1,000 if they can prove that I never spoke about it. But I've got videos where I spoke about it. So, so they're not going to take that. That was a super tariff. So that's how it is. Third-party devs can avoid extra costs if they can help it. Yeah, and actually, let's actually talk about that a little bit more because Doug Bowser spoke on physical because people were questioning, you know, what's going on with the physical games and all of that, you know. And let's see here. And they said this. Nintendo said that it's still a key part of their business for physical. Now, all of Nintendo's games are physical, with the exception of, I don't know if Drag Cross Drive and Welcome Tour isn't, but that's a small pay. That should have been a tech demo free given away, but whatever. But most of Nintendo's big releases are all going to be actual real physical games. So in an interview with Doug Bowser, Nintendo said this about physical games, that quote, in the immediate future, physical games are still a key part of our business, and we value our relationship in particular with our retailers, and want to make sure we have our products available to them to sell to their consumers, I think it meant to their customers. Okay, sell to their consumers. Okay, sure, customers, whatever, same thing. When you look at the game key cards, for us, our goal with Nintendo Switch 2, similar to what we were able to accomplish on Nintendo Switch, is to have the broadest and deepest library of content we possibly can. And that includes our publishing partners. And game key cards are a way that our publishing partners are able to bring more content onto the platform. Deeper and larger, more immersive content on the platform. So there you go. So essentially, like what some people were saying, and like what I was saying, third-party developers wanted this. Nintendo's not doing game key cards with their first-party games, but third-party developers that have these big old huge, big old huge sizes for games, or if they just don't feel like paying for the cartridge, at least right away, right now, they wanted that. They wanted to do that, and that's what it was sold here. Because he said, hey, look, our publishing partners, it's important to them. Because if you don't have the size or a way to get them for retail or a way to even do it in the first place, they might not even bring over the game. Now, they all want a retail presence, but some of them do not want to pay for the actual retail cartridge. Now, I don't like that. I would love for them to actually just make the real physical game. That'd be great. You know, I would personally love that. But even on Switch 1, when it comes to certain games, they didn't want to do that. Like, they still didn't want to do it. Even on Switch 1, we had game key cards on Switch 1 where you have to download the rest of the game in order for the game to operate. Like, that's just how it is. But with Switch 2, because of the sizes of the games, not all of them, some of them obviously could fit on like the 64GB cartridge, but because of that, a lot of developers were just like, we're gonna opt for this. Or even because the install base isn't gonna be big, So you're not going to have a ton of sales at the beginning. So you're not expecting a lot of sales. So are you going to pay for that cartridge at the beginning? Some might do it later. But yeah, game key card for them at this point. Once again, I don't like it. But that was probably the logic behind it. Third-party developers were like, hey, look, we want a way to be able to bring our big content over without actually having to spend an arm and a leg on an actual 64 gigabyte cartridge. So yeah. I saw a video of OnoRX reacting to you. Are you guys chill now? Hey, I saw a video of OnoRX reacting to you. Are you guys chill now? I watched both. Are we chill now? No, he doesn't like me. And I don't have any particular super big problem with him. But yeah, he reacts to lots of people. He didn't like what I said about Steam Deck. So he reacted like a little baby about it. So he reacted like a little baby about it. But, you know, about me selling my Steam Deck, he had a problem with that. I don't know why he would. But he's really weird. So I wouldn't say that we're chill. I don't know him. I've been on one podcast with him, and he never had anything negative to me to say then. I think back in like 2018 or 2019. I forgot exactly when, but we did one podcast together on Kofi's podcast, and he never had any issue with me then. But apparently, he called me a bootlicker on Twitter, you know, and apparently he has an issue with me. So yeah, I never had any issue with him beforehand. And yeah, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So I think that he's kind of stupid, though. If you want my honest opinion, I think he's kind of dumb because he doesn't always think things through. Like, he bashed me for my take on game key cards in terms of they are actual physical and they're not tied to your account. He said that no, that they are and they weren't. So he lied about that, or he just didn't know. And then he took a while to actually correct himself. So I think he's kind of dumb when it comes to certain things. Like I said, he's kind of rude. I invited him to come on the stream and to talk with me. If you have an issue, I'm like, hey, we can talk like men about it. He decided that he didn't want to, he ghosted me. He decided he did not want to talk to me. Well, I guess ghosting means if we had an initial contact first. So, I mean, he never responded back to my message that I sent him, but I tried to be diplomatic about it, but he started calling me names, calling me bootlicker and calling me names. So, I mean, I don't like him. I mean, I don't like the fact that he has to resort to the name calling like that, but I do think that he's kind of stupid because, once again, he likes to talk before he even knows, and he's worried about another grown man's, if they buy or sell a video game system. That's silly. So I think there's some, like, yeah, like I said, I don't like that. But once again, it's because he started calling names and started, you know, resorting to being petty about things first. So yeah. So yeah, but like I said, I don't have anything against him. Like, I don't like hate him or have anything against him personally. No, not really. Because once again, if you read the book Surrounded by Idiots, that tells you everything that you need to know. Like, you shouldn't really get salty when people who don't know what they're talking about talk about you, and it helps you deal with that. So yeah, I've read the book. I'm reading it again. It helps me deal with people that just, you know, do things because they don't know any better. So yeah. So it's okay. So I don't hold it against them or anything like that. Not everybody can actually know what they're talking about all the time, you know. And, you know, it is what that's his channel. That's how he makes his money. He makes his money on acting eccentric and stuff. So yeah, it's okay. Let's see here. Let's see. Doug reiterated what everyone with sense was telling at the launch of physical only zealots. The one account was talking about forcing Nintendo to tell publishers what to do. That was stupid. Yeah. There was no way that Nintendo was gonna force developers to make games on a 64 gigabyte cartridge or force them to even make games on a 32 gigabyte cartridge. That wasn't. You can't force developers to do that. Just like Microsoft and Sony can't force developers to make a game on a physical disc. They can't force developers to make the whole data on the disc. They can't force developers to make developers, if they want to make a digital only game, they can make a digital only game. If they want to make a physical only game, I think they can make a physical only game if they want to do physical only. I mean, no developer wants to do that, but I mean, you can't force developers to, in terms of how they publish the game. Like, I mean, you can try, but it's probably not going to end well for you. You're probably not going to end up with the game. So yeah. But I mean, like I said, I don't like it. So yeah. Let's see here. Surrounded by Idiots. Did Scar from Lion King write that book? I forgot who wrote the book. But yeah, it's a good book. So it's called, yeah, the full thing, it's from 2019. It's called Surrounded by Idiots. It's a really good book. Surrounded by Idiots, the 4 types of human behavior and how to effectively communicate with each in business and life. Surrounded by Idiots, it's a series. But yeah. It's good. It helps with your communication. It helps with all sorts of stuff, like getting the best. I mean, it's not a book to just talk about stupid people, but it's a book that actually helps, like I said, with your communication, with your effectiveness, how you deal with people saying certain things in certain scenarios. I probably could have handled the situation maybe a little bit better, but I think now at this point when people ask, hey, he did this or he did that, I don't really flip out. But I do think that, yeah, once again, you know, in my opinion, like, it never should have escalated to where it escalated in the first place, because I you know, civilly did reach out, you know, civilly reached out and said, hey, let's talk about it. Let's be men and let's discuss this. You know, he's always lifting weights and he's a big, strong man. He thinks that he's all big and bad. So I'm thinking, hey, this guy, you know, despite him acting kind of eccentric, maybe he'll actually want to talk like a man. But I should have known better than somebody that wears cat ears and stuff on stream. He's not a man. You know, he doesn't want to talk like a man. He wants to just do his own stream and, you know, talk behind people, like not behind, but just talk about people like that. He doesn't want to ever confront anybody man to man, face to face. So there's weak-minded people like that. So that's just kind of how I see it. It's just more of a show than it is an actual, you know what I'm saying, like an actual, like, okay, logical type of thing, which is fine. No big deal. You know? Because, like I said, if I'm sitting here calling people names like bootlicker and calling people names like all that, and I'm sitting here reacting to this stuff, if they authored to say, hey, let's come talk, let's discuss, I was raised once again to say, hey, okay, I'll talk to that person man to man, but he don't want to talk man to man because he's not much of one, so it's okay. Let's see here. OJ, do you think it's possible for tariffs to get fixed? The next PS6 and Xbox could break $1,000. What is that? A 30% tariff right now? And if they keep everything in China, a 30% tariff would put it near $1,000. Yeah, it'd put it near. It wouldn't quite put it at 1,000, but it'd put it near 1,000, unless they take a massive hit on the system itself. But it could put it like at maybe like 700 to 800 plus tax. You know. So yeah. Like I said, don't take people like that seriously. Yeah, exactly. I don't take people like that seriously. It's a show, you know. So I don't really take people like that seriously. And once again, I'm not here to bash what he said. I did say stupid and stuff like that, but I'm only saying that because once again, he came at me, calling me names and calling me all that, and didn't want to talk man to man. So to me, that makes you know. And he was wrong on a lot of stuff that he said when it came to the Switch 2, at least with the game key card stuff. He didn't research at all before he was saying that I was wrong, which I researched. I knew what I was talking about with it. So that's the sign of stupidity, when you are so adamant that somebody's wrong and that they're dumb and you're reacting before you even looked at the information yourself, you know, before you even knew anything yourself. So yeah, it's okay. It's okay though. Also, video content echoes what Pretty Good Plays makes. I know he and Frit are buddies, but bruh. Yeah, once again, I'm not here to let them do their content. It's fine. They can do their content. They can say whatever they say. Nobody's afraid of either one of them. Nobody cares, you know. So let them do their content. Let them enjoy. Let them have their money. Let them do what they do. I don't have any problem with that at all. I have zero issue. That's what YouTube's for. There's different type of entertainment for different types of people. Some people like to listen to entertainment. That's, you know, it is what it is. So there's not even any point in bringing it up a million times. Like, we've already discussed this like ad nauseum, you know. So yeah, that's that. He doesn't want to talk. So since he doesn't want to talk man to man, there's no need to even go into it anymore. Let's see. I mean, some users watch both of you. A banana guy, like Green Ninja, enjoys both. I don't like the don't be like the 7 guy. Yeah, I mean, some probably do. Yeah, once again, it's fine, you know, like it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. They do what they do, or he does what he does. I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do, you know. I'm still, once again, the offer's out there. The offer's out there to them. If he wants to come debate Switch 2 or debate what I said or anything about that, come prove it. I'm even willing to pay if he wants to, you know, if he can actually prove it. I'm willing to drop I'm willing to drop $100 on that. So I'm willing to drop a little bit of money on that for a debate. See who's right or wrong on stuff. So yeah. I'm gonna get the PS5 Pro before that goes up in price. Are you sure? Are you sure you're gonna get the PS5 Pro before it goes up in price, Wiley? You sure about that? Because did you read the EULA statement from them? You know, it takes away your rights to sue them. Did you know that in there if you agree to it? So you sure you want to buy that? They're stripping you of your rights. Might want to read that EULA statement that you signed up for, fam. So you sure you want to be stripped of your rights of being able to sue, right? No, nobody's hating. Nobody's hating. I'm simply asking you, are you sure? Because they're stripping you of your natural, God-given right, constitutional right to sue them, right? It's in the EULA. It's in the little thing. They have protections against stuff like that. So you sure you want to buy that? I'm just asking. I'm not hating, man. I'm just asking. I'm just asking the same, you know? So yeah. It's all good though. I got a PS5 Pro myself. I don't plan on suing Sony though. I think the PS5 Pro is pretty good for what it is. I'm a bit pricey side, but it's pretty good for what it is. But I don't plan on suing Sony, so I think I'm gonna be okay signing up for their EULA. You know? I don't plan on suing them anytime soon. Although, I'll be honest, there was a scenario where I actually might have sued them. There was a scenario. But Wily Tiger, I think that your situation here with what you said shows me why I don't pay attention too much to internet outrage. See, look, you're cool now. When it comes to Sony, all of a sudden it's oh well, no, don't hate. I was just tease, joke. Yeah, nah, come on, man. It's all jokes and fun and game. With Nintendo, you're ready to burn the whole house down. It was you're gonna take away my rights. No, you were serious then. There wasn't no jokes, anything then. But it's what you like now. That's what you like. Now all of a sudden. Completely changed. All of a sudden, it's come on, don't hate, man. Hey, man, hey, come on, you know. It was all joke. Trust me. If Sony's EULA was not that, trust me, he'd be beating the same drum right now. If their EULA was not the same thing, he'd be like, "Oh no, I'm still angry." So yeah. Yeah, and then here we go. Here's the goalpost move. Well, Nintendo's the most anti-consumer of all of them. Exactly. Here comes the goalpost move. Here comes the goalpost move. Oh well, they're anti-consumer on other things, so this is why I'm angry. Let me tell you something right now. Let me tell you something that I said right now that I'll tell you right now. They're all anti-consumer. They're all anti-consumer. All of them are anti-consumer. They all are, okay? They're none of them are your friends. They're all Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo. They're all anti-consumer. All of them. But you're willing to spend when you feel like it. Because you have, once again, and this not to hate on you because you're Elite Ninja. I appreciate you, Wally Tiger. But this is what I'm talking about. When people say, oh, you're just shilling. Why don't you address this? This is why, because of people like Wily. It's only because they don't like something. It's not because the hypocrisy, okay, is okay. It's okay because they have their own preconceived notions. It's okay to be a hypocrite if it's based on something that I like. I'll burn down the whole building if it's Nintendo, but if it's Microsoft and Sony, don't call me out on that. Nintendo did this to me. See what I'm saying? This is what, and that's why I don't take online outrage super crazy or seriously, because it's full of people that, one, don't know what they're talking about. No offense, Wiley. You just did it. You're getting outraged by YouTubers. And two, are hypocrites. When it comes to what they actually want or what they really want, they're going to break their own rules. They're going to, whatever they said they're not going to do, they're going to be completely hypocritical on that and say, well, I'm going to get it anyway. You know? That's why I don't farm outrage. That's why I don't sit here and make crazy. People want me to go crazy over the No, I'm not, because all these companies do the same thing. They literally all do the same thing. Angry about $80 games? Microsoft raised it too. Angry about price increases with the next generation system? Trust me, the next PlayStation and Xbox will be more price. They all do the same stuff. They literally all do. What is it? 10 times more anti-consumer? They're all anti-consumer. You know? They all want your money, and it's up to you as a consumer to get what you want or not. But stop with the fake grandstanding. That's all I'm trying to stop with. Oh, well, I'm not going to get it because of this specific thing. BS. That's not it. Just say you don't want it and move on. Just say you rather play X, Y, and Z game and move on. Be honest about it. Stop trying to be stop letting YouTubers outrage you into saying things that you don't actually feel. Stop letting them do that. Just buy stuff based off what you want. Stop letting these YouTubers rage bait you into making statements that are silly or hypocritical, you know? Because all these dudes, once again, they saw the same thing. All of a sudden, they got nothing to say now, you know? And people get mad and say I'm bootlicking or shilling for that, but it's the truth. I don't want to be hypocritical. I don't care if Sony has that in their EULA or whatever. I don't care if Nintendo has it. I'm going to buy what I want to buy. That's it. I don't got to try to explain why I'm angry or whatever the case. That's it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do, you know? So that's it. That's why I don't see. This is live footage, live action of why I don't be taking none of that stuff seriously. Look at that. Just the other day, Angry said it's because of this. Now, same company, the company that he likes the most, been doing the same thing. Oh, well, stop hating on me, bro. Hey, what's up, Beat Queen? Let's see here. So I'm not buying this because it's underpowered and cannot work my 9 to 5 for you. Can't do it. Can Apple would have a word with them and Apple? Tell me about Apple, man. It's the same talking points every single time, bro. Every time. So every company in the world has something people disagree with. Exactly. Whether, once again, and that's why as a consumer, you buy, sell, purchase this, whatever you want. I'm all about that. If you don't want to get it, then that's fine. Don't get it. You can not get it for whatever reason you want to not get it for. That's also fine too. If you don't want to get it for this reason or that reason, that's also okay. Just like I said, the grandstanding, to try to come to streams to say, oh, like that type of stuff is just like, okay. I'm going to point out hypocrisy when I see it. It has nothing to do with defending. I'm just going to point out hypocrisy. I'm into debate and I'm into logic, so I hate those two things. I hate hypocrisy and I hate illogical arguments. Like, if there's anything that grinds my gears more, it's hypocrisy. Hell, I hate when I've done it before in the past. I dislike it. So if I do it, if you can call me out if I do something, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. Some of you guys try to call me out incorrectly on it. But, man, there's nothing that I dislike more than that. Not to pile on Wiley, though. Hey, look, you buy what you buy, man. You like what you like. I've got a PS5 Pro. It's fun. It's a good system for third-party games if you're not wanting to go, like, all out on PC. So it's not bad. I'm not even going to tell you to not get it. I was joking around when I said, like, oh, you want to buy that because of what you said before. But yeah, no, it's not a bad system. It's not a bad system at all. It's pretty good. I mean, I don't know if you're going to get like the next gen system when it comes out, but maybe you want to wait for the PS6, but you know, who knows when that's coming out. So let's see here. What's the adrenaline perk that's making Grand Proclamation? Wait, what are you talking about? Let's see. This is how I felt when everyone said that they were boycotting Bayonetta 3 and Hogwarts. Every company has something that you're not gonna like or make you money for your purchase. Yeah, like I agree. Once again, House King is like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. You make like the dumbest points sometimes, but then sometimes you make like god tier good points. I like you, House King. It's good. It's good to have that balance. Yeah, I agree. Once again, like that's how I felt with the Bayonetta situation, and even with Hogwarts. Like I didn't not play Hogwarts because of the situation with the J.K. Rowling or Rowling, whatever her name is. I didn't play because I didn't feel like it. That's really what it was. But I'm not going to sit here and condemn a whole freaking team for something that some lady who just collects royalty, who's just a billionaire that just collects royalty checks all day Doesn't even do anything. She just collects money, just sits there from her massive mansion and just collects money all day. Like, why are you gonna let her stop you from enjoying something that people that have nowhere near as much money as her? The developers aren't millionaires or billionaires. They're the ones working hard on the game. That has nothing to do with her. They just bought a license. That's all they did. They just bought a license to her work. That's it, you know? They didn't say, hey, J.K. Rowling, come over here and talk about trans people, or come over here and talk about this on our game. They didn't do all that. In fact, they didn't do all that at all. They just said, hey, look, we think we can make a cool Harry Potter game. And they did that. That's it, you know? So it has nothing to do with her like that. That's not worth boycotting. Now, if you want to boycott it, that's your opinion. You can, you know? But for me, nah. But I felt the same way with Bayonetta too. Bayonetta's situation was stupid. Like, what did they, like, because one lady comes out and says something, all of a sudden now, like, literally people, that was the, I ain't never seen anything like that. That is the craziest thing that I have ever seen. People legitimately took what she said, face value, and did not even give them a time to respond. And we had, like, and here's the funniest thing about that, House King. Here's the funniest thing about that. Yeah, we know about Killer Instinct. It's coming out next week, I think. I think they said May 19th or something. But yeah, we went over the trailer. Killer Instinct Gold, to be exact. Here's the funniest thing about that. People are talking about the money that she was supposed to make or not. Let's just say that was true. And they didn't retain her because they didn't want to pay her what she wanted to be paid, right? How many times in this industry do we see people losing jobs because Microsoft, Sony, Apple, whoever, layoffs, don't want to pay people money? Because that's essentially what it is. They don't want to pay you the money that you think that you're worth, or that whatever the case is, right? So they lay you off, or they don't promote you, or whatever. We see this in gaming all the time. And I have not seen the individual craziness that I saw with this Bayonetta situation, with people in the thousands being laid off from Microsoft and Sony. I did not see that. We actually just had that again. So this is a very unique situation where maybe because it was a lady coming out and talking, even though we've had other people come out and talk, and it was an established IP that people know about, but not everybody buys, that people just went nuts on this. But people lose their jobs, their ability to feed their children and feed their kids and feed their family all the time. And the type of vitriol that we saw with people spew on this one with Bayonetta was nowhere near. What is one person? Why was that so much more important for people over mass layoffs that we've had? I never understood that. I never quite understood what happened there with that. Because we have layoffs where people, essentially these companies, Microsoft is worth $1 trillion. They're $1 trillion company, right? They can afford to pay everybody that they lay off. Microsoft has so much money that they can absolutely afford to pay every single person. They do not need to lay these people off. The only reason these people are being laid off is so they can make more profit. That's it. It's for profitability for shareholders. Even if they kept these people on, their profitability would still be incredible. Their profitability would still be fantastic. They'd still make plenty of money. And this type of thing, it gets talked about in the media, but it is not talked about, and it is not criticized or scrutinized, in my opinion, anywhere near, considering the amount of people that have been laid off in the last 3-4 years. Okay, Killer Instinct is dropping tomorrow. There you go. So yeah. Trillion, yeah, 3 trillion. Layoffs happen all the time. Who cares? I would be fine with somebody saying that if they didn't blow a gasket over one lady not being paid $100,000 for her thing, or one lady who didn't get the type of money that she wanted. I'd be completely okay with you want to say who cares? Actually, I wouldn't be okay with that. I'm trying to point out hypocrisy here. People went nuts because this lady, because they felt that she wasn't getting what she should have deserved, or the amount was low. There are people who get laid off, get no money, or get laid off from their job when they did nothing wrong, and they deserve to have that and get laid off. But the type of, like I said, the craziness and the amount of videos and what people were saying were not to the level of what I saw with this one person. And we've seen layoffs in the thousands. That's all I was trying to say. I was just trying to draw a parallel. So that's what I'm saying. It's one of the crazy situations that we've seen, because we have layoffs all the time and people do not get that crazy about them, despite literally these companies able to afford more. Because that was the main problem with the Bayonetta situation. It wasn't that she wasn't going to get paid. It was that she wasn't getting paid enough. So even in some sense, it's worse, because these people are losing their ability to even make the money or even be employed there and get like a stipend or like a severance package. She was upset with the amount and even lied about the amount that she was offered, you know? So that's the issue that I'm talking about here. Yeah, these layoffs are bad, man. They're bad. I'm like I said, but we had 1,000 plus, 7,000 people laid off from Microsoft, and literally there was like 0 videos talking about it. And I don't know if it affected the Xbox team. Maybe I think that would have got more people to talk about it, because anytime that we have Xbox layoffs, people talk about it. But it's becoming so common to the point where people just stop talking about it. And I think that's also part of the reason why maybe it wasn't talked, like this is not being talked about, because layoffs are just so common in tech and AI and all sorts of stuff. So if she had every right to if she was mad, she had every right to be mad, but to ask people to boycott the game so that other people who had nothing to do with the payment suffer was selfish. And I agree, and that's what I said from the beginning, and that's what I argued. And I got called shill, I got called fanboy, I got called this, I got called that. Even if let's just say hypothetically it was true what she was saying, I still don't think and I said this in my original video before we knew more information. I said I don't think a boycott of the game is accurate. I don't think a boycott of the game is fair. What about the new voice actor that they got? So she should not get paid, or she should not have her work be played because of this person? How can one person affect the whole team? What about Platinum Games, that like the programmers? They had nothing to do with this. So I don't understand why everyone should suffer because one person didn't get the amount of money that they wanted. Like, that's insane. That's insane logic. There's no amount of logic that actually dictates that being a logical statement. Like, hey, let's screw everybody else because this one lady who's one part of the game didn't get what she got. Trust me, if this was a programmer that felt that he deserved the raise and they said, no, you're not getting a raise, and he decided to quit, nobody would make any. And if the guy came out and said, hey, look, they didn't pay me what I think I should be paid, nobody would have said anything, because he's not important enough to them. He's just a programmer, you know? Bayonetta, that's the voice of Bayonetta. That's very important. So people already have classism, and they already have bias built into what they're going to get outraged about. Because I can guarantee you, if it was a programmer or if it was just a developer, and he even if he came out online and said, hey, look, they didn't pay me what I thought they should be paid, nobody would have boycotted nobody would have made videos trying to boycott the game, you know? But it was their status as being the main, you know, lead for Bayonetta. I think that was what caused it. But once again, it was, because it's her, not because you guys have a problem with the pay. You know what I'm saying? Or not because they don't have a problem. They had a problem with the pay, or at least what the pay was purported. But it was because it was just her, you know. And the VA voice actors don't get paid enough. You know, they don't get paid enough for that. So it was, hey, look, there's been problems with voice actor. They dumped all the trauma of voice actor pay into this one, right? So I think that's also what caused it. But it was wrong. It was never right from the beginning. Even if it was correct it was never right to tank the whole game and everybody involved and Jennifer Hale and all the other voice actors for one person who didn't like their pay. That's ridiculous. That's insane. So yeah. Let's see. What about Hi-Fi Rush? Was it related to the layoffs? Hi-Fi Rush? Hi-Fi Rush was related. Like you talk about like Tango. Tango was shut down because the game sales were not good. Kind of why I stay with Nintendo. It says iSonic. They show care for their developers. We don't see the layoffs at Nintendo. Now maybe I'm wrong, but the workplace is bad. But they seem to care. Well, I mean, if the workplace was bad, I think Nintendo, I think has like an average of like 10 to 12 years of people stay at the company. You know? So, I think the workplace, and everybody that's worked there says that it's pretty good for the most part. So, yeah. Nick93 with the Dawn 9 says Expedition 33 might be my game of the year. Expedition 33 is currently my game of the year. It's currently my game of the year as well. So, yeah, it's a good game. It's a great game. I've always hated that logic. One person messes something up, everyone gets punished. Got on my nerves back in school. Yeah. It happened in football too, man. Football practice, one person mess ups, everybody gets punished. But the difference in football was if one person jumps off sides, everybody goes back 5 yards, you know, or whatever. If one person holds, everybody goes back 10 yards. So that makes sense to punish people in that type of way because the whole team is punished, you know, for the most part. But yeah, it never made sense in some things. Like I know in school sometimes one person would say something or do something, it would mess things up for everybody. I don't know why. School, you're responsible for your own grades. You're responsible for yourself in school. You're not responsible for anybody else in school. So I never understood why teachers would, like, everybody gets screwed over if one person does something. It made no sense. It made zero sense because everybody, like, if somebody gets an A and then all of a sudden does that A transfer to me? No. So why the hell should I be responsible for something somebody else did? Now let me tell you guys something that happened. When I was in sixth grade, there was this dude. I was in this class. We had all the homies, and we were kind of like troublemakers a little bit. We had a little bit of fun. I was a really good student. I was a straight A student. But I didn't make the dean's list or honor roll or whatever because my conduct was like a D. Like the second and third quarter. The third and fourth quarter, I didn't make dean's list and honor roll because I had straight A's and I had a D in conduct, so it wasn't really straight A's. But anyway, one time my homie Ray, he started crying in class because he got in trouble for something. And he was like, man, this is unfair. This is unfair. He's like, other people be cussing and they be doing things. And I thought it was hilarious, bro. I thought it was so funny. This is my friend. I was like, I could barely hold my laughter. Barely hold it. And this dude, the teacher saw that I was laughing. The whole class was laughing. But he saw that I was laughing and my other friend Turtle was laughing and we all got in trouble. That my friend Ray, Turtle, and me, he sent all of us up to the office. And I said, what did I do? He said, you're his friend. You shouldn't be laughing like that. I said, what? What? Damn right I'm gonna laugh. It was funny. But I wasn't laughing out loud. I was just like trying to, you know, hold it in, but the whole class was giggling. But we got in trouble too. Why should I get in trouble for what he did? That was crazy. They said you got sent up to the office. They said why? They said laughing in class, disturbing class. I looked at the referral and I was like, disturbing class? Disturbing class? I fought. I was like, nobody disturbed class. He disturbed class. Everybody was laughing. I was laughing, but I was holding it in. I didn't make any noise. This is Cap. We didn't have the name Cap back then. This was, oh my God, this was a long time ago. We didn't have the name Cap back then, but it was Cap. Complete Cap. Yeah, high school, they don't do that in high school. Elementary, they like elementary, not all elementaries do it though. Elementary, maybe junior high, but yeah, high school, no. Like Moist and RT really treat Helena Taylor as if she was Charles Martinet. Yeah, I saw. They went nuts on that one, but that was really more for clickbait. Charizard with the 58 months. Yo, shout out to Charizard, man. Direct in July, probably. Yeah, Microsoft laying out people. You buy it, but Jez will say nothing about it. Yeah, like they'll sit there and say anti-consumer, scummy, worst company, this and that. Companies can lay like literally. There's nothing worse than getting a freaking. Who's been fired from their job? Has anybody here been fired from their job where the company, or been laid off? Sorry, not fired. Has anybody here been laid off when their company's doing incredible? Now, if your company's doing trash or whatever, okay, that's one thing. But has anybody here been laid off from a company that's doing incredible? There ain't nothing more scummy than a company laying off a worker that does a great job and they're doing great, but just for increased profitability by 0.1%. There ain't nothing more scummy than that. That's the scummiest thing to me. That's the scummiest thing, is that if you're making money and you're doing well and you're making a bunch of money, yet you're still laying people off left and right, that's scummy. Me, the company makes billions of dollars a year. That's what I'm saying. And it's scummy that they laid you off. It's very scummy that they laid you off. There's nothing more scummy than that. Because the CEO of Microsoft, let's look up how much he makes. The CEO, here's the CEO of Microsoft. This is how much money he made last year. His total compensation package was 79 million. 0.1. $79 million. For those who don't know, this is a almost unspendable amount of money for anybody normal. Now, if you're crazy, you can spend this amount of money. But this is generational beyond generational wealth. In 1 year, this guy is making literally generational / multiple generational wealth in 1 year. So yeah, it is what it is. Nintendo do layoffs people. They may be greedy too. I think they're greedy, especially $80 game key cards shows greedy because Owada gone. Yeah, Crash and Ready. I don't know what layoffs you're talking about, but Nintendo doesn't really lay people off. Now, they've had contracts that run out, then after the contract is done, which it was already agreed upon beforehand that your contract, but a contractor ending their contract is not laying someone off. That's not a layoff. So not really. I haven't really seen Nintendo do like really mass layoffs or anything like that. But yeah, Microsoft is also doing $80 games as well. I'm pretty sure Sony will jump up to $80 games too. Game key cards are available on Xbox and PlayStation. There are plenty of games that are keys on even on those systems, and $80 games are going to become a thing. They're all greedy. They're all greedy. Crash and Ready. I'm not singling it out just to Microsoft. They all are. You guys on the internet, some of you guys that like to sit here and make these things like Microsoft and Sony are these great for the customer consumers, and Nintendo's just this terrible. No, they're all, if that's what you're angry about, they're all terrible. They're all greedy. They all do stuff like that, because Microsoft also raised the price to 80. They raised the price of their systems. They raised the price of their games. They raised the price of everything. They raised the price of their controllers. So yeah, they're doing the same thing. Sony's probably going to raise the price of their stuff. Sony has $80 games. If you want the full experience of Ghost of Tsushima, you need to spend $80. If you want the full experience of Stellar Blade, you need to spend $80. You want the complete edition of Stellar Blade, brand new, $80. So they're all charging more. They all have, I mean, there's downloadable keys on PlayStation as well, where you have to download the data for a game, you know? So they're all greedy. They all do stuff like that. So you probably shouldn't play anything. If that's the thing that you're trying to single out one person, one company, they all do that. Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo. So what's your point? Sony hasn't done 80 yet because there are no more games this year, and the ones are coming already pricing set behind these scenes. No, I'll say this right. Well, yes, I see what you're saying, Drew Arco, but what I'm saying is that, like, even with Ghost of Tsushima, if you actually want the full experience, like there's DLC and stuff like that, if you want it from the launch, it's 80. People who want that full experience are spending 80. That on digitally, Ghost of Tsushima is selling better than the regular edition. People are buying the $80 edition of Ghost of Tsushima because they're like, well, yeah, I want the full experience. So they're buying the $80. Sony is ripping out some of the content from the base package to sell it to you as an $80 game. So they're just being a little bit more sneaky about it. But it's definitely that, because all that stuff is already done. It's just a little unlock. I mean, we've seen it with other games too. We've seen it before. Every company's done it, where you have a game, they rip out content from that game. It's available day one to buy if you want it, but if you want it, it's going to be 80 for it. So yeah, like, it's just, and once again, the complete edition of Stellar Blade is $80. If I'm not correct, maybe somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it is 80. So if you want the complete edition brand new with the content, with all the content, it's going to cost you 80, you know? Is Three Houses frame rate unlocked? What about Xenoblade games? Those are all target 30. So no, not really. Those could run more stable 30 though on Switch 2. I think Three Houses might go above 30 frames per second sometimes though, but I don't know if it's unlocked. We're gonna have to wait and see, Ross. Let's wait until the wait until the Switch 2 actually comes out. Being transparent, I'm a mega Nintendo stan. Why shouldn't we hold our favorite and best to higher standards if companies don't support the same way game key cards and discs are bad? Nobody's saying that you can't. I've always said, Jenny, vote with your wallet. Vote with your wallet. Am I sitting here telling you guys to buy game key cards? No. Am I sitting here telling you guys to support all of this? No. You support what you want. I'm simply saying that they all, because I was responding to the other guy that was trying to say, oh, well, it's just Nintendo. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, no, all of them do this. They all do this. So if you want to hold them to whatever standard you want to hold them to. If to you that's saying, hey, I don't like this, then do that. Don't buy whatever you want. I'm not defending it or not. What I'm telling you is that all of this is already being done on all these different companies, and you can buy and sell whatever you want. One isn't any worse than the other. They're all doing similar or different types of things. That's it. And as a consumer, you can pick and choose what you want to support and what you don't want to support. That's how I've always been. But I don't have any standard to hold them to. I'll buy whatever the hell I want. Like, I don't care what standard. There is no. I'll buy whatever. If I don't like it, I don't buy it. If I want to buy it, I'll buy it. That's it. There is no some type of imaginary standard. I'll buy whatever the hell I want. I'll buy what I want. I'll not buy what I don't want to buy. And that's it. There is no. If it's not up to my standard or what I want, that just means no buy. If you have a standard or if you have something that you hold them to, that's fine too. But I'm not going to be sitting here and rallying people online to suit some type of thing for me. Buy what you want, don't buy what you want. That's called the ultimate consumer privilege. And that's what some of these YouTubers and content creators aren't telling you. They don't want to tell you that, but I'll tell you it. Buy, sell, get whatever you want. Whatever you feel is good for you, you do you. That's it. At the end of the day. Now, if you want to say, hey, look, other people should hold them to some type of standard or something like that, that's fine. You're allowed to say that. You're perfectly entitled to say that. But I don't really care. I'll buy whatever I want. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll buy and do whatever I want. If there's a bad thing that Sony does and I don't care, I feel like buying it anyway, oh well, I'll buy it anyway. I don't care what somebody else says. That's not my problem. That's not me. Like, I don't care if somebody says that Sony is the worst ever because they did this. I don't care. If I feel like buying it, then I will. I don't care if someone says Nintendo's the worst ever because they did this. I don't care. That's what you said. That has nothing to do with me. You're not me. You're not on my taxes. You don't claim me, so don't worry about what I'm spending. I'll do whatever the hell I want. You do what you want. Sure, hold companies to whatever standard that you want. It's your money. Now, if we were controlling each other's, like if I was going and saying, hey, look, I'm going to buy this for you or you're going to do this, then okay, maybe. But we're not controlling what each other do. Nobody's controlling anybody when it comes to finances or when it comes to how you feel about something. So I'll say this once, I'll say it again, I'll say it a million times. I'm consistent. Buy and sell and get whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? That's really all it comes down to. Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo, Steam, whatever. Ross with the $1.99 and says, I've watched you for years. Thanks for the content. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Shout outs. So yeah. Let's see. I'm not saying I'm a hypocrite hating. I'm saying rather than Sony, I'm saying mad at them because they don't care about others and certain things. Okay, I got you. I feel you, Jenny. I just want to make sure that I'm very clear about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are about to get whatever they want, you know? I'm not here to try to ostracize Microsoft. Microsoft, they laid off a bunch of people. Their CEO made $79 million. Okay, that's just the way it works. There's been plenty of companies that I've purchased from where their CEOs make millions of dollars and they lay people off. Like, literally, Walmart done that. Lots of companies done that. And I've shopped at lots of companies. So I'm not even going to sit here and try to moral grandstand or anything. But what I'm saying is like, hey, look, these companies, in terms of some things, I think it's weird that people were so angry about the price. Therefore, when stuff like this is happening and nothing said from some of these same people, like some of these same journalists, some of these same YouTubers, nothing said. You know, that's all I said. I said it's a bit, you know, hypocritical, but it is what it is, you know? You see, you have the Crash Weirdo once again uses Iwata and some of the making up stuff. Nintendo doesn't have layoffs because the law in Japan. Yeah, like I said, people that usually bring up Iwata, they don't know about him, so I let that one slide. I'll let it slide. I let that one slide because a lot of people that talk about Iwata, they don't even know what he was about. They don't know anything about it. They just hear what YouTubers say. That's all this guy is doing, is just basically picking up what YouTubers say. You know, YouTubers will say something, and then a lot of the people that are angry parrot what a YouTuber says. Good thing for me is that I'm much smarter than like 99.9% of the YouTubers that talk about Nintendo. So that's the good news. The good news is I can give you guys the actual accurate information, and I can tell you, hey, look, I'm not going to tell you how to feel or anything. You feel whatever way that you want to feel after you hear about what's actually the truth. No, Nintendo does not do a bunch of layoffs. No, they're not the only ones doing this. This is what it is. This is the truth. I don't like some of the stuff, and I've called out some of the stuff that I don't like. But at the end of the day, I'm still going to buy whatever I want. I don't care if you make an angry video, whatever, on Microsoft, Sony, Nintendo. I don't care what your angry video is about. That has nothing to do with me. And if you think it has something to do with me, it doesn't, because everyone is subjective. Now, obviously, with the gaming community, sure, it affects prices and things that we all get. But at the end of the day, it's up to you whether you want to buy something or not, you know? That's really what it comes down to. I don't control the pocketbooks. Just get a Steam Deck. Yeah, I'm good. I had one. I don't want one. It's so easy. Just don't buy what you're not okay with and hate and act like they're forced to buy. Yeah, exactly, beloved. Just don't buy and that's what I preach, and people get mad when I preach that. Hey, look, if you don't like something, don't buy it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's really what it comes down to, and people hate that. A lot of people online, hardcore gamers, they hate when you say that. They hate it because they're trying to push some type of evangelical super campaign against things, so they absolutely hate when you say stuff like that. Well, if you don't like it, don't buy it. Oh no, it's gonna be the worst. It's gonna cause more problems. It's gonna make everything worse for us in the future. I'm like, no, you're just gonna buy what you want to buy. Don't buy what you don't want to buy. That's really what it comes down to. Like, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. If you want to buy it, buy it. That's what's called being a consumer. That's really all it comes down to. I do think that you should be well informed though before you make your purchase. So inform yourself with the facts. But even if you disagree with what I'm saying, or you agree with what I'm saying, I should not be the determining factor overall. Like, if I am, I'm appreciative of that. But at the end of the day, get what the hell you want, man. Like, I'm not really too worried about what you guys buy or sell or whatever. Like, I'm just here to provide you guys with information and content. That's it. Whether you want to get something or not based off my recommendation is irrelevant. I know a lot of you guys do sometimes buy things, but it's irrelevant. My opinion's irrelevant. You can use it to aid your own thoughts, though. Like, you know, you can use it to aid your own thoughts on how you feel about something. So, let's see here. I'm fairly new to the gaming community, just casual gamer, mostly been active in the community since Switch 2, and I'm shocked to see how mad people get over video game complaints. I know, it's crazy, right, Brian? To see how mad people get, it's nuts. When before you're just thinking, man, I thought games were supposed to be fun. So yeah. You said it, I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide. Some gamers have become activists, not players. Yeah. But once again, I support people that want to, you know, buy what you want, you know, get what you want. If you feel like this is not good, then speak up about it. That's fine too. You know, that's also okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But all right, guys, we have went significantly over the time that I said that we were going to go. So yeah, thank you guys so much for watching today. We went to 4 hours today instead of 3, so I gave you guys an extra hour. I owe you guys bonus streams anyway, so there you go. All right, so that's gonna wrap it up for tonight's stream. I am going to be back tomorrow with more live streams, more gaming, more awesomeness, more content. Okay, we're gonna be back with more. So it's going to be really good. I'm looking forward to talking about stuff with you guys. All right. So thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream. Appreciate that. Check out my most recent video. If you haven't seen my most recent video, check out my most recent video. I appreciate it. And yeah, we will see you guys for the next one. Big love to Cyber Taurus. Justin, you guys crazy like always, man. Thank you. But also thank you to Minato Mario. Shout out to Minato Mario's grandma. Rest in peace. We all love you, brother, man. Hopefully, like I said, we're going to be strong for you. We're going to get through it, right? Nick93, thank you so much. Chartard as well. Dean, Deported Sicilian, Super Christian Me World. Thank you so much. Dominic D. Mac Mega. Justin, Kaylin, Crispy Tofu, Jumpmon. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate that. Steven S. as well. Thank you guys so much. Juice Man Vaughn with the Big 10. Trashing those dudes on Twitter. Yeah, it's great. Benz 310. Thank you for the big 50. I forgot to put your name up here, Benz, but Benz, thank you for the Princess Peach 50, dude. That was super nice of you. Like I said, everything helps out the stream, guys, so I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. And yeah, like I said, that's gonna wrap it up for this one. Thank you guys so much. Epic 4 hours of streaming. We'll be back tomorrow, like I said, for more content. JoJo Friday incoming. Woo woo! Real JoJo Friday. I'm gonna be here the whole time. So it's not going to be a super late night stream for JoJo Friday. So it's going to be fun. All right, guys. Love y'all. Watch the stream. Thank you guys so much. Good to see you, Jackson. Appreciate y'all. See you guys for the next one. Peace out, homies.